Hello there, everybody, and welcome to today's stream, where today I'm going to be talking about hearing God's voice. Do you know God's voice? Do you know the difference between His voice and your own voice that goes on internally? This is something that's been on my mind for a bit, because I've talked with a bunch of different people about that, and there's just a few things here and there that kind of stick out to me that I wanted to go over, and I recognize some of you guys might not have even had any sort of experience at all, or knowingly experience of talking with God, and so I just kind of want to open the doors to that entirely, and also hello Zap, and just kind of go over that while making a little bit more progress with Subnautica. So, happy Memorial Day, everybody! We're going to be talking about God. It's going to be good, so let's just jump right into that. Well, welcome back to thoughtraid, a community about friends, gaming, and better ways of thinking. I'm Brandon, and today we're talking about God and hearing God's voice. This is something that's very important to me, because I want other people to start being in communication with God more often. So this is really important to me, because me and my communication with God has been so very fundamental in even doing thoughtraid. Thoughtraid would not be a thing if it wasn't for God's prompting. And so I really want to kind of break open this topic about talking with God, what that looks like, what that sounds like, everything, and just share what I've learned and ask questions. So Zap, I know that you're like, you'll definitely will be contributing to this in like a sarcastic way, possibly. But I definitely have questions I'm going to be bringing into this, and I already see I got some other stuff coming from Gunshot. And so I'm going to read that in just a second, but let me get everything situated before I read what you said, Gunshot, and jump right into Subnautica. So let me do that. And then we'll read what you say, because I've been dying to hear some updates from Hell Knight and what's been going on with him. So let me pull this over here. That way it gets out of my view. Move that just a little bit right there. And yeah, I definitely want to know if he's alright, above all. So yes, this is important. Good. That's what I want to hear. Okay, cool. So let me read what you're saying here. You say, "Hello, I spoke with Jack today and told him about your support toward him. He replied, 'Thank you. I absolutely hate long, sharp stuff. It's like a knife and nails. I'm going to bed now and have the message.'" I'm sure anyone would hate that if they were stabbed. So fair indeed. I'm glad he's stabilizing. I'm glad you came in immediately and responded to how he's been give me an update, Gunshot, because that was the first thing. You have no idea. Like, literally, I woke up today, Gunshot, and the first thing I thought about was Hell Knight, wondering how he was doing, and I literally, oh yeah, the nails, I forgot about that. I literally, like, texted my group about that. Like, that was like one of the first things I did this morning, is I wanted to know more about how, I mean, I'm probably not gonna be able to see the text all that well, but I immediately wanted to like have them start praying for Hell Knight, for him stabilizing and everything. And so I'm very pleased to hear that he is stabilizing and doing better. That's good. But yes, I guess when you're referring to like stuff like knives and nails, that makes sense. That's on par. But yes, thank you for relaying the information to me. I wanted to know that, so thank you. Also, how are you doing today, Gunshot? And also, how are you doing, Zap? With your arm and everything and all that good stuff. I am very curious. I can't remember. It's not escape. It's tab. what is this reference before you go. Reference as in, like, what is the topic today about? Is that what you're asking, Gunshot? Oh, sweet. Okay, cool. I'm glad. Here. Go maybe just a little bit. And this can go up just a tad, too. Right there. No, oh, the nails. Oh, I see. The nails have to do... I think it had to do with AI battle, like the first AI battle that we had. And I'm trying to remember why nails got into the chat. I think it had something to do with the AI prompt, possibly. And then it turned into like an inside joke type of thing to just make him cringe very hard. But I don't remember the full context. Do you remember a little more of the context to that, Zap? He just got really annoyed once I started spamming it, so I just kept doing it whenever he showed up. Yes. And that was the continuation to it. But I'm trying to remember the exact context of why that came up in the AI battle. I don't remember if it was happenstance, and then we just kind of ran with it, or if it was something that the AI prompted, and then we just kind of laughed at that a lot and then ran with it. I don't remember. Absolutely no idea. Either way, Gunshot, it definitely was related to just... I think it all began at, like, our first or second AI battle that we did, which you could probably find. And I remember having, like, let's have nails in the chat, and then everyone, like, posted 5,000 emojis of painting nails. I think spurred on by Joy, specifically. She definitely, like, was a big proponent of that. So that's where the nail thing came from, presumably, if we're thinking of the same thing. It was being extra haha funny. Probably. You won the first two, I'm pretty sure, of the AI battles. And you've consistently almost won ever since. He wanted to add the nail comment for some reason. He said to not worry about him unless he loses his comedy, then start to worry. He is weird. Yes, he is weird. That is agreeable. Hello, Zach. That's fair. Hello, John. But yes, I'm glad that he's stabilizing. Very, very glad. You have no idea. Yeah, freaking, yeah, Agent 47. You have no idea just how concerned and determined to pray for his improvement I was today and this week, ever since you gave us the news last Monday. So to hear the update is very appreciated. And when he finally gets out of the hospital, tell him to text me back on Discord if you can, Gunshot, please. Oh, good. I'm glad, John. I'm glad that this is a needed topic. Good. Yes. Well, I mean, I hope to see you again, Gunshot. Like, you don't have to just be the bearer of news. You could be a part of these streams, too, you know. You know? I don't know. But, otherwise, I am appreciative of you, nonetheless. Versus Brandon Brown is like Mike Tyson sucker punching a baby. Wow. Oh, well, fair enough. I figure you're on a different time scale being over there in England. Fair enough. But hey, you're more than welcome to watch the videos after they've been live. And if I have one, I'll probably do a 24-hour stream one too, so. Ball's on your court when that time comes. Okay. Well, either way, have a good night, Gunshot. Thank you for bringing the news. I greatly appreciate that. Oh, I see. Wow, you are a trooper. You are an absolute trooper. Thank you. I appreciate the sacrifice. Both for Hell Knight and for me. Good night, Gunshot. Yes, he definitely was very flawless, that character. My god. So welcome to the stream, everybody. I really want to get better at question asking before I just kind of dump all of what I've learned on you guys. So before I tell you what I've learned about God's voice, I want to ask you questions and I want input from you guys, because that will help me know better also what to share in today's stream. So before we get started in what I've learned, I want to hear from you guys. And I wrote yeah, I'll do some explaining and then I'll ask some questions. So today I want to talk about hearing God's voice and knowing when God is speaking to you, and learning how to discern between your head and your own, like, you thinking and God thinking, or God speaking to you. Because a lot of people struggle with this. And frankly, I don't even know yet, like, how often God speaks to people who haven't accepted Christ as their savior. I don't know. I know he has talked to people who haven't, because there's the whole Old Testament, and he was definitely speaking to people who hadn't accepted Christ. So I know it's not impossible for him to speak to people that don't, like, know him or know Christ. Nonetheless, whatever proportion that is, and I don't know, I do know he does speak, and I do know it is his desire to connect with everyone on an intimate level, because he already made us. He already knows how we operate, what we think, what we do. There's nothing that goes beyond him, because he is omnipresent and omniscient. And because he is also omnipotent, everyone that exists was made by his hand. And he knows everything from beginning to end, and if there are multiple ways that things could end because we're still moving through time, he knows every single possible outcome and exists through all of them. So there really is absolutely no reason to hide from God, because you can't, and he's not malicious in any shape, way, or form. So I really want to bring people into the reality of talking with him, because I do believe that he desires regular communication with us, because we need it and because he loves us. And so I want to kind of, like, share what I've learned, but I also want to see what you guys have experienced, so that way I can, like, know, okay, yeah, that's God, that's probably not God, and here's why, kind of thing. And just kind of look at it through scripture verses. So that is the context of what I'm talking about today. Okay. Isn't the intrusive thoughts inside my head? We would all be dead if I listened to him. Yeah, okay. Well, depends. I can't say that every intrusive thought is God, nor is it not. I don't know. That's going to require some context. So to help me kind of dig through those things, I have some questions for you guys. I wrote some questions in my handy-dandy notebook. So yeah, welcome to a session where I ask you questions rather than me just immediately telling you what to think. So I'm curious, of all those who are listening at this moment, have any of you knowingly heard God's voice? Like, you know, this voice that you heard in your head is different from the rest of them and is likely not to be your own. Step one. That's my first question. Here we go. We're playing tennis. Ball's in your court. Here it comes. Knowingly nag? You mean nah? So, I mean, I guess you meant to say nah, not nag. I don't think so. Might have been zoned out or something, wasn't paying attention when it did happen. Entirely possible. Entirely possible. John. Oh wow, that already has another one. That was fast. Oh, I picked up one at the very beginning of the stream. How is it already... Okay, whatever. Anyways. What about you, John? I guess that you mentioned it, that you probably also... Yeah. Yes, I did call. Deal with it. Thought for a second that fish was about to be electrified. Can you stop swimming around my base? Thank you. I asked the question, John, if you have knowingly heard God's voice. Like, you know this voice you're hearing, it ain't normal. You were having a debate. You think recently, okay. No, I want to cure a fish. I do have a story that I may or may not have told about how my old friend may be the reincarnation of Jesus Christ. No, you have not told me that story. I'm very curious what you mean by that, but you have not told me that story. God told me to become a children's leader for River Oaks Community Church. Okay. I do remember you talking about that, yes. I don't have an exact plan of what I want to do next. I need a goal for today. I'm all ears. I'm very curious what you mean by that. Well, no. I mean, like, you put out a really big statement. So I'm very curious what that means. How did it make that much sound with me bumping up against it? I am but a small man. It should not be going like that. Oh, I see. Okay. Well, then you go do that. Okay, bye. I know what my goal will be for today. I need to find that extra part. There's a part that I'm missing to make a power cell charger. And I would like to have that. But I don't know where to explore to find that particular part. Okay. Well, while we wait for Zap to brush his teeth, my next question, John, I'm going to ask you since you're the one who's here. What do you think his voice sounds like? Or what does God's voice sound like to you? Actually, in your situation, what does God's voice sound like to you, John? Calming. Peaceful. Firm. What do you mean by firm? Assertive. Also, is there a better place that I could put this bed? It's nice to have a bed, but to have a bed that takes up that much space. This is the best space to put it. LeBron James, no other details. But out of curiosity, John, when you say firm, and referring to God's voice, or Morgan Freeman, what do you mean by that? If you can provide more details when you're talking about God's voice being firm. Morgan Freeman would be better. And the question applies to you, though, Zap, in all seriousness. What would you think that God's voice would sound like? And when I say sound like, I'm not necessarily like the tone and pitch of his voice, like what you would audibly hear. Although you can if you want to, but I'm thinking of more like what he would talk about, you know, Morgan Freeman. Okay, I mean, alright. I know Morgan Freeman has literally played the voice of God. You know, I don't know how many scenarios he has done where he sounded like God. Oh. I didn't realize that would actually stop if I was in the way. Interesting. I need to figure out where to take this bad boy in order to find more blueprints. Alright, let me see. Where do I turn this guy on? Engines off. There we go.
Powering up.
Alright, cool. Crazy collabs with Metro Boomin. What? I don't want to go that direction. I want to go... What am I hitting? What is that blinking light? Okay, I don't know what does that blinking light mean? Does that mean that's an area where I'm too close to the... Oh, hit something maybe? Okay, well... Interesting. I want to go down. How do I go down? Is that how I go down? Do I nose down? Nope, still... Do I shift? How do I go down? No, I've never heard of Metro Booming. Glock in my lap? What? No, I've never heard of any of that stuff. Please, can I go down? I don't want to sound the horn. I want to submerge. Heroes of... I don't know what you're talking about, Zap. These are all random words to me. What is down? I'm going crazy. What is down? Activate external camera sensors. No. Well, maybe. Okay. Please. Okay, so this is not... What did I... What did I hit? I keep hitting things. Oh, dear Lord. And I cannot for the life of me figure out how to go down. How do I go down in a submarine? I'm going backwards. That's not it. It's not the direction I look. Frick! Nope, it's not that. It's not that either. Okay, there's gotta be a way. There has to be a way to go down. I don't know how to go down. I'm just forever at eye level with the water and the air. Okay, let me see. Settings. Options. Keyboard. Let's see. Run mode. Invert lock. Mouse sensitivity. Cycle next. Slot 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Tool. Alternative use. Take picture. Reload. Move up. Move down. C. C is move down. Okay. Good to know. Then wait. So is it space then up? Hold on. Options, keybind, move up, space. Okay, cool. So that's how I go down. C. Oh. And of course, I go down, and the first thing I do is I hit ground. Good! Morgan Freeman did a feature in running, not Glock in my lap. Okay, well, I don't know the vast majority of what he does, to be honest. I know that he did the Lego movie, I know he's done some documentaries, and I know he's played God in whatever that thing was involving Jim Carrey, too. Okay. I don't know exactly where I'm headed. Also, I don't know what that is. Oh, that's the... Oh, okay, that's the rate of which I'm moving around. Got it. Cool. Bruce Almighty. Yes, that one. I know that one. So, let me ask this question to you. Let me phrase the question that I had in this manner, Zap, to kind of hone things in. And what on earth am I hitting? I don't know what happened to some of your messages. Sometimes they just disappear. You'd be listening as you read the entire book of Wild Beyond the Witchlight. Good luck. Also, while you're here, Noah, the question I've been asking... At first I asked, have you knowingly heard God's voice? And I think we've talked about that before. I'm pretty sure that's a solid yes. Second question I've been asking people is, what does God's voice sound like to you? I have no idea. Like, nothing you're saying seems to be disappearing on my part, but it could very well be. I have reached the area with those guys. Where's that camera view? What camera view am I looking at? Okay. So I can see below me, that's actually a little bit more useful. It keeps disappearing. It's disappearing whenever I say DC. Hold on. Let me check one thing. To me, it sounds like a strong, loving guidance. Like I will, all of a sudden, have a strong peace with whatever I was praying about. But check Discord. Okay, let me check Discord. What you said. Oh, okay, I see. Something about... Also, if you post any link to anything, the Autobot will just get rid of that. Like, that's something that will just disappear naturally. What is hitting me? Am I being attacked by some kind of sand creature? It didn't. Okay. But yeah, I'm not gonna listen to that right now. That's not so important to me at the moment. But let me phrase the question I've been asking Zap in a different way. Rather than focusing on what tone of voice you think that God was speaking, like, it sounds like Morgan Freeman. That's not quite what I'm asking. I'm asking... if you were to expect God... I still have no idea what keeps disappearing. Like, I know I have the word, like, dick censored... So, like, if it involves that, maybe that's why it keeps disappearing. I don't know. If you said something that ends with D and C, I don't know if it has anything related to that at all. What, check the video that you gave to me on Discord? I don't know what exactly you're wanting me to check. That guy looks stuck. If I say D.C, it disappears. Well, then don't say D.C. I don't know. I can't change the rules that govern the stream like right now. I'll have to do that after stream. Find some other way to describe it without D.C. Whatever is in between it that's causing it, you'll have to fix. So that it shows up. I don't know. I don't know, Zap. So I guess I'm gonna make my goal. I don't know. I legitimately don't know. Just whatever it is, Zap, type it to me in DMs on Discord, and I'll look that up when I can of what it is and see if there's just some word that I have in the profanity filter of Discord or of YouTube. Because I have no idea what is it constantly censoring. Let's see here. Back to that thing. I want to see where... Okay, so we're in the bulb zones. Like, where am I? No. I'm probably in some place familiar. We can probably explore the bulb zone some more. There's got to be an area that has more parts I haven't found, and maybe this area I have not explored enough. I'm a big giant thing in the sea. I wonder if that I'm sure Leviathan, if it saw me at any moment, would be like, threat! Attack and confront. Oh, something electric's down here. What is that? Speaking of objects that I can possibly scan. That looks very scannable. It looks like also something I probably have scanned. Whatever you just posted, that got deleted for sure. Or got retracted, I guess. Never mind. Maybe not deleted, but it definitely got yeeted. Okay. Ah. I have had to have been here before. There's no way I wouldn't have seen this and explored it. Yeah, I figured it did. Okay, so anyways, focusing on what I was going to say, Zap, let me figure out a better way to ask the question. Oh. So... a better way to ask the question that I've been asking, what I've been trying to say is... Okay, so yeah, so I'm not talking about tone, obviously. I'm asking, like, in what manner do you think God would speak to you? I was just effing with you. Okay, yeah. Cool. And I figured, but then for a moment I was like, you keep pressing this thing. Why is it... Oh, that's right, because the engine is running. Okay, I was like, why is it spinning so rapidly? Here. Yeah, let's turn that down. I not want to go anywhere. And do I want to go... I do want to go down in there. Okay, let's do it. Oh. Okay. I'm not going too far away from my thing. Oh gosh, I feel like I'm in a place where I'm going to be stuck. Oh no, don't want that. Have I already explored this? I feel like I've had to have explored this. Alright, where's the entrance? There it is. Alright, let's go in here. Hello? This looks very already explored. But I'm so desperate to find that last piece of power cell. Charging. I kind of imagine that a parent talking to their kid or a teacher to a student. I don't know how to describe it. Okay. What are you? Thermal, I already have that. What are you? Scanner room, already have that. Okay, those are both things I don't need. What's the best way you know to describe it? Was this? That looks like something... Nope, that's not scannable. What are you? Lead. What are you? Egg. Oh, there we go. That's the thing that I was working on. Okay, cool. For my deep down base. I think a parent to kid would be better. Okay. Well, that is accurate. That would be one method of which God would speak to us, because there is a descriptor of him as Father. Like, he is considered our heavenly Father, so there is that already dynamic between us and him. So, fair. That's a good way of putting it, but that's one way that he would communicate with us. I want that ruby. And that one too. Consider him daddy. Yeah. Like I said, father is one method. It's not wrong. I wouldn't say in a sexual manner, though, but it's not wrong otherwise. Are you scannable? Scanner room. I already have that. Don't need that. I need power cell charger. That's what I need. Not finding it. Not here. Can you imagine any other way that he would talk to you? Let's see. Get my butt down here. What do I have in my inventory? Do I have enough time? No, I do not. Titanium is not worth my pursuit. Or the building is not, that is. Okay. Oh, not you. I don't like you. Stop warping me. No. I will grab hold of you and I will kill you. I am now the menace here. You are not. In fact, are you killable? I want to kill you. Where are you? I'm tired of you warping me around, and this is going to be my new base, and I don't need you being a nuisance to my life. Come here. Come here. Come here. You want to warp me around? I will end you. But really considered to be gentle, like I've heard it described. More respectful? Yeah, that'd be fair. Have you... Oh. Come here. Come here, you. Where do you go? Come here. You annoying menace. Have you ever thought of him speaking to you as a friend? Out of curiosity. I wonder if I could even hurt that thing. Because of his attributes, Father is one of them. That is definitely a part of who he is. But another aspect of him is also friend. I've always imagined it as a superior talking to someone beneath him. Yeah, that, while it is accurate in some cases, that is not his only method of communication. Genuinely. Because he views us as friends. When you think about it, humanity was made in his image. So we bear the most aspects of him than we know any other creature on Earth does. And everything was made by him, so it's not like he is not within other things besides humanity. But the Bible specifically says that we were made in his image, in his likeness. So there is a relatability that we have that other things do not have with him. We can be self-centered. I don't know if necessarily self-centeredness comes as an attribute of God, though. Cat's made in his image. Humanity definitely has the opportunity and ability to be very self-centered. As we very well know. Like, that is definitely not below humanity. But what is that? That's lead. I don't really need lead right now. But genuinely, we are made in his image, and I know through the scripture verses that he calls us friend. So there is a familiarity that God has with us. Come here. Come here. Get out of here. Where did you go? You piece of crap. Yeah, a lot of people might have thought that. I can't speak for everybody, but there are a lot of people that might have thought that. Snow is still going. I guess it must have died on you. Welcome back, John. Right as it had died for you, though, I had asked a question about what you meant about God's attributes being assertive. I think you had mentioned once. While I am jumping around spot to spot looking for more parts. I'm specifically looking for the part for my power cell recharger. And I have not found it yet. He's like the mediator of everything in existence. That's fair. But what do you mean by assertive, though? Because you'd mentioned, if I scroll back up. Oh no. You had mentioned assertive when you were talking about the attributes of how God speaks to you, and I want to know more about that. So deeper than this, you say it's not here. I have. You little nuisance. Effectively, you're saying I have not gone deep enough. Like, how deep are we talking? What area of the map is deep enough? Oh, another thing of uranium.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
More uranium. I'm just finding a lot of uranium. And also find a bunch of stuff that I can use too, which is nice. How much deeper is deeper? What deeper are we going to? Oh my god, Row 9. Hello, Row 9. Welcome. What is this? What is this? Huh? What have I found? They don't seem hostile. What have I stumbled upon? I have to study them. Hello, Sea Treader. No, Sea Treader, I need to study you. Wait, did I get a full scan? There we go. Now I have. I was not expecting to come upon this. Hello. Whoa. I'm just coming along, living my best life, and suddenly there's this. Yeah, they seem definitely peaceful, which is nice. Well, that's definitely not how I found the bulb zone. They follow the Sea Treader path. They walk upon 3 legs. Interesting. Oh, and then there's teleporty guy right there in the middle of them. So, Road 9, welcome. Welcome back. I've been asking some questions. The main question I've been asking, first question that I had asked was, have you knowingly heard God's voice? You should check the PDA entry form. I will. Not while I'm out in the middle of the open like this, though. I feel too in danger of attack by yet another Leviathan. What's over here? What is this way? I'm just going to wedge myself right down this way. And that looks deeper than I'm able to go. And now I feel stuck in a crevice. I will go deeper. But I feel like if I go any further that way without peering down into the abyss, I'm going to die of crushing damage. Because that looks like a very sharp drop. Down. And I just want to peer. Yeah. I don't know where that leads. Yeah, well, I can go another 400. Yeah, I know I can do it, but I don't know if that's more than 400 down, because I can't see the bottom. That's just a sheer drop into nothing, in my perspective. I'm not willing to do that and then hope to find my way back up. Real quick, I just posted the next AI battle announcement in the Discord. Be sure to join the Discord if you want to enter for the chance to win and see your person in some wacky adventure. Yes. Shameless plug. Yes. But no, I'm not going down there when I can't even see the bottom. Because this only has the ability to go down so far, and I can't even see if I will go down so far and then just die because of crushing damage. Yes, hilarious is another way to describe it. Let me just go this way, because at least I have a little bit of what the heck is going on. Where am I? I just dropped into the nothing. What was that? I am not okay. I could not see anything. I was just in a black hole. Oh my god. Okay. Let me just, okay. What? I thought I was dropping a little bit, and then I couldn't see anything. Zap, I would like to see where I'm headed. That is one way of doing it. Yes, I could save, drop in, and then, yeah. I will save, because I need to save. So I'm saving now. I don't feel like dropping down there, though. I can't see the bottom. The last thing I want to do is just drop into nothing. Or go into, like, the dead zone where, like, there's just a whole bunch of leviathans waiting to eat my butt. No thanks. Don't want that in my life. Oh. No. Come on. Don't let me get through this one little crevice, please. I can't see down this hole. It's just a black hole. With no bottom, seemingly. I am going further down, I'm still not hitting the ground. Where? What? I am literally going down a hole. And it's getting deeper, and I'm still not hitting the bottom of the hole. Let me just... I've lost all of my jump ability going down this infinite hole nowhere. Oh, God. Okay. Is that where my thing is? It is. Okay, cool. Like, I can't see. I'm just dropping. And I'm getting very close to 900, and I still haven't hit the bottom of this hole. How deep is this hole? Oh my god. I can't. At this rate, Road 9, I smell nothing. I'm dropping so deep, and I'm still not at the bottom of it, and now I can't even see above me. It's like I'm dropping into the belly of a beast. Leads to One Piece. All you smell is me. Okay. But no, Road 9, I've been asking the question, have you knowingly heard God's voice? Like, this is what the topic is right now. And I'm asking you now, have you heard God's voice? Knowingly. Have I finally hit the bottom? I'm not descending anymore. I'm at 771 meters and no longer descending. I'm just stuck in a hole. I literally, I have ceased to descend. I cannot go any further. Furthermore, I might be stuck. I'm stuck. I came down this way because I figured at least I'll be safe, but no, I can't even get up. I'm stuck. Can I... No. Unstuck. Selecting this option will teleport you to the nearest available location and should only be used when the character is physically stuck in the world. I'm scared. I don't know what that's going to entail. I hit unstuck, and what do I do? Am I going to end up outside this, but like in the void? I don't know what that means. Don't do it. Grapple up. Well, that's what I was trying to do. From a dark alleyway. What? TP into walls. It'll oh, okay, into the wall. Okay, good to know. It might have been a voice of... I didn't go down the alleyway because they might have not been the voice of God. What do you mean by that, Road 9? That you heard the voice of God coming down from a dark alleyway? Huh? You pull my leg here? Like, what is this? Oh my gosh. Okay, well, I'm gonna quit. Yes. And I'm gonna go back to where I was, because I'm definitely stuck in that hole. Play. come back to that one spot.
Passing 100 meters.
What?
Oxygen efficiency
Welcome
decreased.
aboard, Captain.
I'm hearing a whole bunch of things at once.
200 meters.
Oh,
Oxygen efficiency greatly decreased.
thank you. Alright, I'm going back up because that definitely was not helpful for me. Okay. Oh, am I tripping? I've been drinking beer with the boys on at night. Hey! What's up? I don't recognize your username. You know, Calypso definitely is. But yeah, I guess not him. I don't know your age, Road 9, though, granted. And I don't need to know, technically. I don't want to go down there. I'm gonna be honest with you, Chief. I can't see down there. I'm not going back down the hole. The hole led me nowhere. It was completely useless. And then you got teleporty guy being an absolute bunch of BS. I'm not going down the hole. What you're asking me is to go into the void. This is not a hole. This is the void. I'm going... I feel like you're a bunch of, like, bad influences right now. First of all, I went down to 700 feet and still didn't see anything. Embrace the void. I am so stressed right now. You know I'm stressed. But you had no idea how stressed I am to go somewhere I can't see anything. Would it be funny? Give the void a big loving hug. I don't want to embrace the void. Seriously, do not. I can't see anything down there. I don't know. I would just end up in an area where I would just... my ship would start being compressed into a .zip file. Like, I have zero hope for my well-being down there. Yeah, I know. That's what's probably down there. A bunch of ghost leviathans, which, granted, are not as terrifying as regular leviathans because they're glowy and they don't look as grotesque. But still, it's not a hole. Nothing... I can look out there and see no land. It's not a hole. It's just a drop into the void. Refer to it as what it is. It is a drop into the void, not into a hole. Add gargantuan leviathan. I don't care about that. Well, you should. This void would care that you were not referring to it by its proper name. I'm not going back to the hole. I don't feel like being stuck in a hole. There's just nothing but void. Nothing. I can't see anything down here. I can't see anything. Like, I'm at 502 meters and I still can't see the ground. Like, this is bad. Can we name it the whole void? I'm going down. And I'm just gonna slowly grapple my way down. We'll do like a wall rappelling into nothing. Till I see anything visual. Which I so far haven't. Which sucks so bad. Call it Chris. Chris, okay. Yeah, I did save my game, don't worry. I did. If I die, at least I did save 2 minutes ago. But I'm pretty sure I'm at the edge of the map, and I'm just going to enter into what is nothing. Because I still see nothing. I've been descending down this wall, and it's just been getting darker, and there's still no ground. I I don't... I am so not okay right now. I hate this with all of my fiber of my being. And it's stupid because I don't have thalassophobia, but the fact that this game has just had me drop into the abyss of nothing, which I know something is likely to pop out and say hello, I don't like it. Ugh. I hate this. What did I hit? I'm getting to the end of my thing's ability to do anything. I still see no ground. Ugh. This is so very dumb. Still nothing. Such a deep... No, I'm going to do this my way. I did it with the mayo. I'm doing with this. I'm only going to go into my suffering my own way. Thank you. Why is there still no ground? I'm so deep. I'm so close to my limit, and there's still no visual of ground. Why is there no ground? What is this nonsense? What is this absolute BS? Oh, God. Still no ground. Day 3, and I have yet to find the bottom of the ocean. I'm just dropping into absolute nothing. I'm slowly embracing my near future of the void, expecting something to come and visit me and take a chunk out of my life, and like release myself to the empty bliss of nothing. Oh God. Oh, wee. I'm dropping, all right? I'm already almost at my limit. I have yet to find anything. I'm at like 807 meters. I'm almost at the limit of this sea moth's ability to drop deep, and there's still no ground. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to rappel my way back up this wall is what I'm going to do. Possibly, maybe not. Oop. How is there no ground? I have found the edge of the map. There is nothing else out here. This is where I die. This is where I died. There really is nothing beyond here. Just nothing. There is no ground. You have enticed me to fall to my death. Thank you. Up. And we're almost at my limit, and I still don't see the ground. Better yet, I have almost ceased to hear the sound of bubbles. There's nothing down here. I don't feel like dropping all the way to absolutely nothing. That's a waste of my time. I'm only going to drop to my limit, and that's it. There is nothing else to be seen. Yes, crushing depths. I'm at the point where my thing will literally die and I will drown. There's nothing. I have found the edge of the map. Ah! Oh, God! Yep, I found the edge of the map. We've found the edge. Hello. Thank you. We have officially... this is the confirmation that I have found the edge of the map. I don't need any further confirmation. Hello, my death. Yep, I'm dead. All right, cool. Cool. Now we know where not to go. There's nothing down there but the void. And I am... I'm good. Okay, let's go back. Oh.
100 meters. Oxygen efficiency
Welcome
increased.
aboard, Captain.
Passing 200 meters.
Cool.
Oxygen efficiency greatly decreased.
Give me the keyboard and I'll do it for you. I'm good. Oh, man. But now that I know what's there, let me take a second to get back to my Cyclops. And I'll resume the topic. Let me go to this. This is surreally peaceful part of the map. What are those things they're dropping? What is this? Alien feces. Oh, lovely. And I just picked that up. How nice. Use the Cyclops to get down. There is nothing down there. A ghost Leviathan showed up. And I know for a fact that if they're showing up in the middle of a vast openness like that, I have gone too far. Like, you cannot fool me. I'm not going down there for nothing. I don't know a lot, but I know some things, and I know that there is nothing useful down there. A big octopus. I don't know if there's big octopuses, but hello. But there definitely is a bunch of giant leviathans out there. It's just a don't go this way deterrent. And there's my good boys. My good old boys. Leave me alone. I know you want to take a bite on me, but leave me alone. I just came from the edge of the abyss. And the null zone. And I have to find my way back somehow. I don't want to do it again. It's suffering enough. I will have to save that for a stream that's not on a Monday where I don't have a thing I'm focusing on. Goodness. Okay. And I need to repair my ship too. It's been bitten multiple times. Whoa. Whoa. There we go.
Welcome aboard, Captain. All systems online.
Can I repair that from here? No, I cannot. Okay. Let me repair it from down here. There we go. Maybe I can repair it from here. Can I repair it from here? I don't think I can repair it from inside this thing. Okay, well, that's interesting. Okay. So, that was the void. And I could move my ship closer in that direction. But I don't think I'm gonna find anything of value out that way. Other than just death. And I'm not looking for death. Just me here, okay. One Piece is down there. You're telling me that the cell charger is down in the void, where there's nothing but sea leviathans, or ghost leviathans. Which laugh. I don't believe you. I don't believe that in that drop-off zone that exists. I feel like you're just wanting me to go to the very depth, because I couldn't even reach it. Even if it did exist, even if I could get there, the depths alone would crush me into a .zip file, and I would cease to exist. Like, I'm pretty sure that whatever needs to be, I need to grab is not in a place where I can't go deep enough to see the ground. No, it's not worth it. It's not an apple of wisdom down there. It's just the void, and it hungers for anything and everything. I ran into a sea leviathan. I know that sea leviathans exist in the void. Can I use that in that? No, I can't. There's an achievement if you do it. Gotta do it quicker. I don't believe you! It only activates as you speedrun it. I don't believe you one bit. Get that out of my inventory. I don't need that. Come on for the achievement, but I believe you can believe that's fine. I just think you guys are leading me to a place where I will definitely die, and I don't want to die. Yeah, okay. I just don't feel like dying. That's all. I do feel like going deeper, but not there specifically. What's a fun and a little death? Yeah, okay. What's not fun about that? Yeah. Hey, Jeremy. So, as everyone's convincing me to try to go into the void and die effectively, session what session ended?
Engine powering up.
What I mean by going deep... Oh, okay, I see. So, we're going to play some C6 D&D. Okay. Let's see here. What I mean is I want to go deeper into this area, but not in the way that you were suggesting for me to go, because all I see is just void. I don't see anything that I'm going to find of any use to me there. Like, there is probably other deep places I can go that actually have what I need there, and this is not it. This is, in fact, not cash money. Exactly. See, you understand, Jeremy. They were suggesting... They had the audacity to suggest to me that I should go off a sheer cliff that had no visible bottom, as if that was a good idea. And I'm like, no, I'm not doing that. And they're like, no, it's fun, it's good. There's an apple. There's like, you'll get an achievement. You know, what you're looking for is down there. The one piece is down there. I'm telling you, I don't believe you, Zap. I don't believe you. Think of it as a woman. As not going to motivate me to go down there. I'm sorry. Okay. I think you just want to see me get spooked and die. So I'm not interested in going down there. You're going to have to do a lot more than that to convince me. Then wait for his whole life and you just turn it down. I don't think the void is going to be a suitable wife for me. Just saying, I'm not interested in dating the void. But what I am interested in... Oh, hello. All these things down here probably waiting like, hello, let me just fillet you and open you up to die. That looks like something I'll bump into and hear if I hit. Let me go this way. You need to marry the void then? No going in holes before marriage. I don't want you doing an EMP strike on me, but I feel like you would. I am not aggressing you. Leave me alone. Your daily sex joke. Man. But, okay. While I look for another place to go exploring, though, and I'm not going in the void, row 9, and I've been asking this question, so I'm asking you again. And no, I've not found the lava area yet, Noah. But I'm asking you the question, have you legitimately, not jokingly, but legitimately known that you've heard the voice of God? Have you knowingly heard his voice at any point and have any form of reference to what I'm talking about? PG, clean, rated E for everyone. Were you being serious when you were talking about hearing his voice in a dark alley? Because it seemed, the way you presented that seemed like a joke. But maybe you're being serious? Oh, here we go. Here's another piece. I don't know if I've explored this one. Okay, so that was serious. What was that like? Like, what do you mean, like, you heard the voice of God in a dark alley? Like, I've never heard anyone say anything quite like that before, so what does that mean? It was the Morgan Freeman, wasn't it? Let's see here, we'll just shut that down.
Powering down.
Okay. Leave that on now. Just, I don't know, illuminate that section. I was going... You were going hell or going to hell? What does that mean? Both. Kinda drunk happened yesterday. Okay, so very recent. Okay. But yeah, what was that like? What was that experience like for you? Like, how did you think this is God? Like, what was that moment like for you? I am just in my situation, I'm thinking about the Judeo-Christian God, but whatever God you thought spoke to you, I'm curious that too. So it's a question I wasn't necessarily thinking about. There was a lot of Morgan Freeman. Okay.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
I want to explore that. You were going to get jumped. Okay. And in the process of that happening, you felt like you heard the voice of God? Might have 3 dudes with a baseball bat. You never know. I know. Very interesting start indeed. Okay, so I've definitely not been here before. Good. Good. Okay, and there's a sealed door that needs to be opened. Entirely possible, too. Here, I want to get that unsealed. Saw fire that night too. Okay. You like fire. Interesting. Gosh, there's a lot of closed doors. Okay. Well, door number 2. Here we go. And are you still telling your story about this time that you felt like you heard God's voice recently? Cyclops sonar upgrade. Okay, that's nice.
Blueprint acquired.
Cargo. I'll take that. No, okay. Well, that is specifically a random stuff that happened yesterday. Well, that's a lot for what happened yesterday, but I've been focusing specifically on... Where's the exit? Before I end up suffocating inside this place. There we go. I've been focusing specifically on situations where you feel like you've definitely heard the voice of God. Is my focus at this moment. So, following up that question, Road 9, what do you think God's voice sounds like? There. Anything of worthwhile here? An open thing. Well, that looks closed. I just came into a room that has nothing. Beautiful. Is there anything scannable here? No. Okay. A normal dude, but he's actually God. Are you saying that... I'm not quite sure I am following what you're saying. So I was asking, what do you think his voice sounds like? Oh, wait, so you're saying... Okay, so you're saying his voice sounds like a normal dude, but his voice is actually a god. If we're going off of Greek and Roman gods. So you think his voice sounds like a normal dude? Is that what you're saying? Because I'll make sure I'm understanding what you're saying. Okay, cool. I'm just making sure we're on the same page. Cool. Okay. Fair. How would you think he would talk to you? What is... Is there anything worthwhile in here? Ship was massive and there's many pieces to it, but I keep running into dead ends. Oh, good. Is this an actual dead end, too? Looks like one. Anything worthwhile? No. I think I'm just in a place that will eventually suffocate me if I don't get out of here soon. Lovely. I don't want to drown. Oh, but I look like I'm already headed to drowning because I cannot find the exit. There we are. Okay, here we go. There's my ship, there's my prawn suit. Okay, cool. Sonny boy, you got down with too many women in suits. I'm not sure about God, but I feel Jesus would talk to you like some sort of sage. Wise old man deal. Gandalf. I mean, yes, that's one way. He's also referred to as the advocate. He'd be someone who would advocate on his behalf. I feel like if you were to separate God's voice from Jesus' voice in your life, you might find that Jesus would be the one to kind of speak to you less as like the father figure, and more is like the friend. Because he is the one who came and died for you to get you out of trouble, effectively. To take away the trouble you deserve. So more like, but you could also possibly look at him as the brother figure in your life. I guess this is one good way of putting it. I don't know about sage, but that would also... Many people did call him rabbi and teacher, though, so to be fair, too. He could talk to you in that manner. Yes, I do know I have rights. It was determined that Saul Goodman is Jesus and Morgan Freeman is God. Okay. So, what is this? Wait a minute. What is that? What are you? Scanner room fragment. Ah, I already have that. Darn it. Not what I need. I found some of the parts, but it is not the charging thing that I need. Ugh, finding parts that you need is so difficult and frustrating. There's no, like, useful map as to where to go to find them. I need to find something to charge, because this thing is already... There we go. At 80% capacity. Ugh, okay. You never look at the isle, and I know it. Look at the isle? The island itself, like the floating islands? The ones that are just not connected to anything? Or like looking at the map of the entire place? Or something else entire. I don't know what you're talking about. So, the dinosaur... Oh, yeah, no, I did watch the videos that you, like, one of the ones that you had posted. So I did look at that. It's not necessarily a game that I'm interested at the moment, any more than I'm interested in Ark. It sounds more grindy than Ark is. So that's why I haven't really said anything about it. But yeah, I've watched a little bit of it, but no, I've not really gone too much in depth with it, no, correct. So in that sense. But anyways, okay. Questions aside, focusing on what I was going to really bring out today, what does God's voice sound like? I wanted to share... Oh gosh, it's like a horror game. I wanted to share what I've learned when it comes to hearing and knowing God's voice. Because I've heard a bunch of different people talk about hearing God's voice and different things, some of which I think is really good and some of which I don't think is good. I don't think it sides with his voice. But again, I wanted to really go into the reason why I wanted to make this topic today what it is because I know there's a lot of people that either don't know what God's voice sounds like or might be following what is actually in their head, thinking that that's God. And I just kind of wanted to dispel some things. And I wrote down some questions, but then I also took some scripture verses that really highlights what God's voice is like. Just kind of at least begin a basis, so that whenever you're going throughout your day and you notice something different that's going on the inside of you, you might be able to recognize, okay, maybe this is not just me. Maybe God is trying to tell me something in this moment. Because wouldn't it be nice to get information from someone who is literally omniscient and not have to guess through everything, and to have friendship with someone who is constantly there when you need them. You don't have to worry about them being asleep. You don't have to worry about them being in a, bad mood and not able to talk to you. Someone that would be constantly there, closer than a brother. That's who I want to introduce you to. God. And what his voice is like. And I think the best way to kind of like look into what that looks like is through his word. Because the Bible is the... kind of weird. Okay, yeah. So yeah, the Bible is the most closest touch point to what we have to God's, like, how God interacts with people, because it is comprised over the span of over 1,000 years, written by different men. Say it out loud. Yeah, written by different men, and so, like, you got in this book of wisdom different perspectives, not just one man's account, but multiple guys' accounts of their interaction with life and with God. Like, it's like I can't think of my head anymore. I have to say it out loud, and that voice in my head is just gone. So yeah, so let me go through some of the stuff that I've been kind of like compiling together to kind of begin to paint a picture. And the first way to kind of figure out if this voice, whatever you're hearing on the inside, so what I'm shifting into Road 9 is I'm beginning to talk about what I've learned is God's voice. So if you're curious, if you feel like you might have heard God's voice, but you're not sure, maybe we can kind of work that out and find the truth. And also, yes, are you good? Because you're talking about you're drinking with the boys, and you're here, you're there, you're everywhere. So that is a good question. Are you okay? Because apparently you were in a dark alley yesterday, which is not great. Okay, so we are concerned for you. Also, you're out of school. Okay, that'd been more than drinking. Yeah. So, are you good? Are you good, Road 9? Are you safe? And yeah, there is that too. Are you in a good state of mind? And jumped. Yes. But also, to be fair, Row 9, are you okay in terms of anxiety? Like, are you still frazzled by what happened yesterday? Like, how are you doing emotionally? Are you still stressed from yesterday? No. PTSD? Like, being jumped in a dark alleyway? All that kind of stuff is traumatic? Like, how are you handling that? Because you're, like, out drinking with the boys. Normal day in Texas. Well, that's not great. It makes sense. More like Florida. Okay. But truly, I know, like, you may have a normal day, but how are you emotionally from that point? 'Cause, like, are you okay? Like, I would be a bit still frazzled and thinking about what just happened if I was attacked in a dark alleyway. Like, that would sit in my mind. Got to smack an alligator, but okay. Okay. Well, if you do ever find yourself in a mental space where you're not okay, we're here for you. I like to always say you do not have to suffer alone. So I wouldn't think any less of you. Okay. I wouldn't, but if you're not okay, I wouldn't think any less of you or think you're weak or anything of that nature. Like, that's just not me. A few, yeah. So I do want to put that out there. If you're ever in a space where you're not okay and you know you're not okay, I want to be a safe space for you to not be okay, to kind of process through not being okay. Because all that you described is a lot. Whether you're used to it or not, it is a lot. So yes. What? What, Zap? I'm okay, yes. I'm fine. I have not had a few drinks. I've had a couple of sweet teas. If anything, I have caffeine inside my soul. That's more my problem. Yes, I am sure. I am doing okay. There's only one thing that I've been working through that has been bothering me, and it is not related to being jumped in a dark alleyway. Yes, I am very sure. Nothing traumatic has happened to me, just me working through normal everyday stuff. Well, whatever my new weekly challenge is. Yes, I am both really sure and really, really sure. And if you want to add a couple more reallys in them, I am also really, 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 really sure that I'm okay. So there. Also, are you doing like voice to text No, I'm not going into the void yet. I would rather do that when I'm not trying to bring out a topic which I still haven't really gone into yet. I'd rather do it then. Not to say that I don't want to ever go into the void, but right in this exact moment, I'm still trying to like pull out a thought. Yeah, I don't want to necessarily go into the void yet because then I'll never focus on the topic. Period. I'm already doing a poor job as it is. So you're just typing in caps. No, not at all. Oh my god, if you, like, broke an arm, like, are you just, like, texting with, got on a table, tapping with your fingers, texting with your thumb? Like, how is this working with the cast? You're typing very fast for someone who has a broken arm. I think, at least. Or is it just, like, typing on a keyboard? But it works well. I'm impressed. If you're just using your fingers to type one-handedly, you're doing a good job with it. No, you don't have to send me proof. I'm just curious. Like I'm like going through a thought experiment in my head of like, how would that work? One singular thumb. And you're very proficient in typing with one hand. I'm just surprised. Okay, alright. Focusing. What does God's voice sound like? What is that like? What is it? What is it not? I think a good way to start that off is from 1 Corinthians 13, which says, and I like to go into this section of it, like in the fourth one. Yeah, I will do my best though. Starting with verse 4 in chapter 13. This is an attribute of what love is, but this is also an attribute of who God is. And it says in 13, love is patient and kind. Love is not jealous or boastful or proud or rude. It does not demand its own way. It is not irritable. It keeps no record of being wronged. It does not rejoice about injustice, but rejoices whenever the truth wins out. Love never gives up, never loses faith, is always hopeful, and endures through every circumstance. So when you're talking about what God's voice in your life would sound like, you first have to start with what love sounds like. Because if whatever you're hearing on the inside of you that you're questioning is God or not, isn't loving, it's not God. I just throw it out there right off the start. If what you're hearing is self-deprecating and is talking about how terrible you are, how you will never achieve a better life, how there is no hope for you, it's not God. When God ever says anything, from my experience, that is going to be more severe, it is always done as a warning and a conviction, not something that just strips you of anything valuable and says you are a terrible person. God's not impatient. He is slow to get angry, and he is slow to wrath. But he is very patient. Love is patient. Okay. That sounds fun. Are you playing Ark? So, in that separation, whatever you're hearing, if it does not line up with this part right here, I can promise you it's not God. Because I really do believe that, oh, sweet. Okay, cool. I really do believe that God is love. He is the standard for love. So that's something to keep in mind. That's a good starting point. Another good point, if you're trying to determine, is this what I'm hearing from God or is not from God, is does it line up with God's commandments? Does it line up with what God is called us to? One of the things that the Bible says in Hebrews 6 says, God also bound himself with an oath so that those who received the promise could be perfectly sure that he would never change his mind. So God has both given his promise and his oath. These things are unchangeable because it is impossible for God to lie. I would say my favorite wyvern would be... I like the lightning wyvern. That one's pretty fun. I'm curious about the poison one, but I have only experienced the lightning and maybe the fire wyvern in answering your question. But it is impossible for God to lie. Therefore, we who have fled to him for refuge can have great confidence as we hold to the hope that lies before us. This hope is a strong and trustworthy anchor for our souls. It leads us through the curtain into God's inner sanctuary. The inner sanctuary is like a reference to the temple of God where he would reside in ancient days, where they had constructed a literal temple comprised of an outer court, an inner court, and the most holy of holies, or outer court, the inner area, and then you have the farthest in court. Yeah, I've been told that they suck. They only got one shot, so yeah, I've been told that. And I've also told they're kind of difficult to get a hold of. But I'm curious. I have no idea. Like, I've not been able to actually fly on one yet to know just how bad or good it is. So I wanted, for the experience, like, figure that out one day. But anyways, in the Old Testament, you had the temple. It was the Temple of Solomon, or the tent of which God used to reside in before the coming of Christ. And so the innermost sanctuary is where the Ark of the Covenant was. It's where the presence of God was. So when it's talking about that, we have this hope is a strong and trustworthy anchor for our souls. It leads us through the curtain into God's inner sanctuary. It is literally talking about when we trust in God, there is a hope that allows us to be close to him, within proximity. Because in old times, if you were in the inner sanctuary where the Ark of God was, and you were not holy, you were dead. No one could be in the direct presence of God in the ancient days without instant death. And there was only ever one person at a time that was able to enter that, which would be the high priest, and only after a blood sacrifice of lambs or bulls or whatever, and they'd have to sprinkle that blood in different places to wash away the sins of man. And then, once a year, they were able to enter the most holy place, the inner sanctuary where God resided in those old days. So, God, it's not possible for a God to lie. God's not going to say one thing to one person and then say something completely opposite to another person in the sense of anything that would contradict what his word says. He's not going to say to one person that, yes, rape is a good thing, and then to another person say, no, rape is a bad thing. Like, no, it's bad no matter which way you look at it, and he's not going to lie to you. And so, like, when you're listening and you're trying to figure out, is this voice just my own voice or is it God's voice, you need to know what is his standards. Because God, every time that God has spoken to me, he has never contradicted his word, ever. And I've spent some time reading it, and I know it, and he's not really said anything that's like, oh, wait a minute, what? He said things that I don't understand, and that I've used to and read and understand one way, but then to realize, oh, wait, with all the other context I wasn't aware of, this makes more sense now in proper context. But in general, like, God does not really contradict his word. So if you're hearing anything within inside of you, like, is that God's voice? And that voice is saying, you should murder a person. Or you should steal from that person. Or you should be absolutely disrespectful of your parents, or something contradictory to what he laid out. Not God. God is not going to elicit any person to do something that is evil or contradictory to his word. Seek fluid intake.
Vital signs
Stabilizing. Let me also seek fruit intake. Does it just infinitely go up as long as I eat the fruit? It does. I may not gain any more saturation, but at least I'm gaining hydration. That's important. Cool. So it's good to pay attention to what is the voice that I'm hearing eliciting me to do. And if it's anything that is contradictory to his standards, it's not going to be him. What is his standards? What does the word say? You've got the 10 Commandments as a good starting point. God gave the people all of these instructions. I am the Lord your God who rescued you from Egypt, the place of your slavery. You must not have any other God but me. So, God is not going to invite you to worship other gods of any sort, whether that be literal or whether that be worshiping something like that exists, like the worship of another person, because they're such great people that you would elevate them above God. God's not going to venerate someone above himself. He's not going to venerate an object or an activity above himself. Like, he's not going to say, oh, I don't know, video games is so much better than me, or whatever. He's not going to do that. There's no other, anything that becomes a god, he's not about that life of having someone, anything above him. So that's not, if anything is eliciting you to put anything above God, it's not from God, that is coming from some other source. You must not make for yourself an idol of any kind or an image of anything in the heavens or on the earth or in the sea. You must not bow down to them or worship them, for I, the Lord your God, am a jealous God who will not tolerate your affection for any other gods. I lay the sins of the parents upon their children. The entire family is affected, even the children in the third and fourth generations of those who reject me. But I lavish unfailing love for the 1,000 generations on those who love me and obey my commands. So God's not interested in having anyone share his space. Any other god, any other thing share his space. He wants to be first in our lives, not because he's selfish, not because he's egotistical, but because he is our source. And he knows that we are subpar without him, and he loves us. And there is nothing on this earth more trustworthy than him. He never changes. Again, it is impossible for him to lie. So while it is possible for me to lie, and it is possible for other people to lie, it is not possible for him to lie. So there is no reason to not trust him in things, although we'll have moments where we'll have to work through that on our own. Because while I could say all day long that he is the most trustworthy being in all of existence, you'll have to figure that out for yourself. I can't convince you of that. You'll have to figure that out for yourself. But he's not going to call you into worship of anything outside of him. And you must not misuse the name of the Lord your God. The Lord will not let you go unpunished if you misuse his name. Remember to observe the Sabbath day by keeping it holy. You have 6 days each week to do for your ordinary work, but the seventh day is the Sabbath day of rest dedicated to the Lord your God. On that day, no one in your household may do any work. That includes you, your sons and daughters, your male and female servants, your livestock, any foreigners living among you. For in 6 days the Lord made the heavens and the earth, the sea and everything in them, but on the seventh day he rested. That is why the Lord blessed the Sabbath day and set it apart as holy. So God is never going to call you to work every single day of your life. Like, he is going to want you to rest and to take days off. So working yourself to death is not a part of something God's voice, just not there. There's always a day of rest because he wants you to rely on him and for his ability to provide for you. And he wants you to enjoy your life and not for it to be just constant suffering. Honor your father and mother. Then you will live a long, full life in the land of the Lord your God is giving you. So God is going to call, if he's going to speak to you, he's not going to call you to be disrespectful to your parents. Not to say that he's not going to call you to be separate from them, but that does mean that, like, he's not going to call you to be disrespect them, to be mean and malicious toward them, or to destroy them or anything of that nature. So if anything that is speaking to you is eliciting that response, it's not God. You must not murder. You must not commit adultery. You must not steal. You know, God's never going to justify murder. He's never going to justify adultery or lusting after other people that are not yours. You must not testify falsely against your neighbor. He's not going to justify lying about someone or slandering or gossip. That's not a part of his nature. That's not something he would say to you. You must not covet your neighbor's house, nor must you not covet your neighbor's wife, male or female servant, ox or donkey, or anything else that belongs to your neighbor. So he's not going to elicit envy and jealousy of other people. And so he gives these things. So he's not going to speak contrary to his own morals and nature, the things that he's set in place for all people. And so if you're feeling some kind of way where you're like, maybe God would want me to have an affair. Maybe God would want me to, steal this thing. That's probably not God's voice. So he's not going to speak contradictory to that. And I like another way that it was put in the Message translation. The Christian Bible is separated into different translations that people have made over time, and one of them is the Message Bible, which is not one that I use often, but I use it sometimes because the way they put it is really nice. So from that scripture, same area that talked about God not being possible for him to lie, it also says in this translation, God can't break his word. And because his word cannot change, the promise is likewise unchangeable. It's an unbreakable spiritual lifeline reaching past all appearances right to the very presence of God, where Jesus, running on ahead of us, has taken up his permanent post as high priest for us in the order of Melchizedek. Which, background, Melchizedek was a person that existed in the time of Abraham, who followed God, and who did sacrifices on behalf of other people of lambs and goats and bulls and things of that nature for those who have sinned or people that are wanting to make offerings to God for blessing them. So that is what that's referring to there. So whenever God speaks to us, it's going to be in love. It's going to come from a place of love. So it's not going to be from a place of self-hatred or defamation of character. That's not God. And it's not going to be a place of contradictory to his word, because he cannot lie. So if he says one thing here, he's not going to suddenly say something different down the road to you all these years later. It's going to be the same exact thing from generation to generation, person to person. God does not show favoritism. So he's not going to say, for this person, this is okay, and for this person, it's not, if it's specifically listed in his word. He does. There are some things that are good for each individual person and not for others, but in general, there are also some things that are just bad for everyone. And if he said it specifically in his word, it is the same for each person. And another big thing is, if the voices you're hearing is bringing you to anxiety, that's something to be considered. Because God is going to bring peace. Feeling anxiety when God calls you to something may not be a sign that you're not hearing from God, though. Because sometimes God is going to call us to very uncomfortable things we don't like, but are very healthy for us and others. So just simply feeling anxious when you feel like you've heard God's voice is not necessarily a sign that it's not him. But if by hearing whatever voice you're hearing, you're left more anxious, more confused, and hopeless, that is probably not God's voice. The Bible calls us to be anxious about nothing, but instead to pray about everything. So if you're being anxious about something that God's speaking to you about, it's good to dig into that and figure out, is the anxiety you're feeling just because God's called you to something that is not fun and you feel uncomfortable about it, or is it not God at all? And usually the differences between those two is if you feel hopeless by what God has called you to. And that, again, goes into the Corinthians thing. It's down here. 3 things will last forever: faith, hope, and love. And the greatest of these is love. So if you hear something and you're wondering if it's from God and you feel hopeless after hearing it, probably not God. I've never walked away from truly hearing something from God and feeling hopeless because of it. Like, I just can't grow beyond this point. I can't make it past this. It is impossible for me to get out of that. Whenever God does speak to me and I know it's him, I always walk away with more hope. And that fits exactly in with his character. So, you have that. But again, he's not going to call you into doing something that is contrary to his character. And I think that's a big thing. Like, so it's important to learn what does God see as good and what does God see as evil. Because when you learn that and you hear things within you and it is eliciting you to do things you know is not good for you, that is evil, then you can know, okay, I know that's wrong, so that's probably not God. But if what you're hearing is eliciting you to do things that are good and healthy, then you know that's probably God. Especially, I know sometimes when I'm hearing God, it's always about some things that I'm like, there is no way I could have come up with that on my own. I know that my general thoughts tend to be anxious. They could be hopeless. Sometimes I'm just angry about stuff. But when a peaceable solution comes to mind... Oh, to Metro Booming Whitehead, okay. But when something comes to mind and there's peace involved, and it's simple, and it gives me something, it gives me hope in a direction, I know that's probably God. Because in general, if I'm anxious and it's confusing the crap out of me, and I feel hopeless, I've come to learn that it's probably not God. So, out of curiosity, Zap, I'm going to wonder, did you hear parts of that? Did you not hear any of it? Like, how much do I need to go back over? Are you still there, Zap? I'm gonna go explore around a little bit.
Welcome
Because I am curious. I found some things, but then there's a lot I did not find. I don't know other things. Hey! I'm good, JK. How are you? I'm in the process of desperately trying to find a power cell thing. Nope, that's a scanner room fragment. The sea is treating me fine. The people who have been watching me, on the other hand, have been encouraging me to jump into the void, and I am not ready to jump into the void. But the sea itself has been fine, and I've been searching for power cells, or power cell charging fragments, because I desperately needed to finish that so I can keep my Cyclops afloat. Unless there's some way to work around that. What's in the void? Generally speaking, the things that are in the void are like giant ghost leviathans. And I encountered one on my way down, like, jumping down a wall. I was, I forgot there's a term for it, but when you kind of, like, rappel. I was rappelling down a wall. And I was like, maybe there's something down there, but then I just kept going down and there was just more and more void. And I was like, there is nothing down here but death. The sky was slowly turning black, and I was like, great, I am not walking out of here alive. Which part, this One Piece is real? I believe the piece is out there, but I don't believe it's down where you're suggesting. Which part are you on in the story right now? I have found, I think, most things except the lava zone. And there might be also the dunes. I haven't been to the dunes yet, so there's that. But I'm, like, desperately, specifically trying to find something to charge my power cells. I'm missing that part, and I'm really wanting to... Because that's, like, the last big thing I can foresee myself needing. So I can go deeper without having to worry about eventually dying down there. He's just around the Lost River area. And I found another piece of the ship, but it was kind of a fruitless discovery. I found mostly parts I already have found. So I don't know where else to search. I'm running out of ideas. Which Leviathan are you most afraid of? The regular kind. I am most afraid of the regular Leviathan because that thing is kind of creepy looking. Oh, titanium. With its soulless black eyes. But the glowy ghost Leviathan, not that scary. Gotta love that, the Reaper. Yeah, that one, I hate. But the ghost Leviathans, they're just eerie. They're not really scary. But I don't know where I need to go next. And I don't think rappelling off the side of the area into the inky blackness of nothing is my solution. Or the next place I need to be in order to find... Before she did... that's worth it. To find more parts. I don't know. I can't foresee anything useful down there. Even if I would just sheerly drop, I feel like I would just continue to drop until my thing, again, my prawn suit would just be compressed into nothing. And I don't have yet what I need in order to make it more powerful so I can go deeper without worrying about it being crushed. But I'm definitely running out of ideas of where to explore, where I can most guaranteedly find something. I'm desperate for that thing. Or mostly desperate. What? Oh, that thing. No. I don't like you. I don't like you. Oh, I'm surrounded by these things. And that thing is desperately trying to warp me. Oh, that thing. Okay, I forgot about this thing. I don't know if I've explored everything here that I can. Okay, why can't I enter through that? Okay, sure, fine. Can I get through here? I know I got in here once before. But now I seemingly can't. There we go. Okay. How many hours do you think it is on your file? I think I'm somewhere around getting close to 40 so far. I really progress slowly. I'm not a quick progressor. I've been so desperate not to die. And I've died once or twice. So I've not been completely successful on not dying. But I'm somewhere between like 30 to 40 if I were to guess. Oh. Did that thing just completely... Nope. It just temporarily did a thing. I don't know how to go further up. I know there's more to this place. Like I found there. But for some reason, I can't get it in here. Why? Tell me why I can't get into this thing. Why? Oh, there we go. Now I can. I just had to ask the question, and then it answered me by giving me what I needed. There we go. What are you? Cyclops shield generator. Oh, that's useful.
Acquired.
New blueprint acquired. Nope, stuck. And what's over here? Anything? Ah, PDA.
Integrating new PDA data.
Finally. Go on, do your impulse thing. There we go. What's in here? No, I don't want a creature egg. Ooh, orange tablet. Okay, cool. Non-functional microscope. Another PDA.
Integrating new PDA data.
Sample flask. At 60. Anything I can scan in here? Anything scannable, 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 scannable. Oh, those things that I have are... Oh, okay, well, that sucks. Can we get in here? No! No! Get me into the prawn suit, thank you. Jeez. Welcome, good morning, sleepyhead. I'm at 0. Because that stupid thing keeps amping me. Where is... Alright, I'm going away from here. Leave me alone. I don't feel like being amped every 3 seconds. Sheesh. So, you missed, like, literally everything, John. When I was just talking about hearing God's voice. But I have it summed up, though. Into a couple different things. So, I can go over the summary of what I was talking about, if you like. I found important things, but not what I need the most. The thing I've been exploring for the entire time. No, it would be too easy if I were to find that immediately. Okay, that's where I need to head. Whoop. Okay, maybe, can I get there? Yes, I can. And I can sit and recover. There we go. Are you still there, JK? Okay. Oh, hey. Thank you. I appreciate that. The main topic that I've been talking about today, while I've been doing stuff, is about hearing God's voice and kind of like knowing the difference between your own voice and his voice. And some of the questions that I've been asking people that have been viewing is, have you ever knowingly heard God's voice? Brick wall, hush mode. What? What is this reference? Where also is... There it is. Okay. I'm losing where my Cyclops is, which is scary. Also, hello, brick wall. I have not seen you before. I've been talking today, like I've been mentioning, I've been talking today. The topic has been about hearing God's voice, and asking, what I have? Has it been under a different name? Okay, cool. Good to know. So, out of curiosity, JK, where is the... I know there's an entrance point. There it is. Please let me in. There we go.
Welcome aboard, Captain. All systems online.
Have that be the case, JK. If you haven't, my next question that I've been asking the audience has been, what do you think the voice of God is like? Like, if you haven't heard his voice, what would you think that his voice would be like to you, specifically? I have all these things, non-functional items. I can put that, and you can use it for furniture, I imagine. But I'll put it into a chest so I don't have to have it clogging up my inventory space. Get out of here. I have that in there with that. Okay. I can go here. Small flask. I can go there too. Orange tablet. I've never encountered. I think I've encountered a place for the tablet. That's good. I know I can probably use that tablet in a certain area with all the green river stuff. To me, I always think his voice would be deeper and kind of stern, but loving at the same time, if that makes sense. Deeper and kind of stern. So what does that mean? Like, you think that his voice would be deeper than your own? In terms of, like, for instance, I could talk like this, or I can talk like this. Deeper in this sort of way? Is that what you're talking about? Yes, exactly, deeper like that. Okay, cool. Okay. Plankton. Plankton. Gosh, why can't I... Hello? There we go. Hello? I'm trying to reach these fruit, and I can't. Reach me with that fruit. You cannot. So, when you say stern, then, what do you mean by that? God sounds like plankton. No, I don't... No, that's not at all what I'm about to... No. What did I just wake up to? I'm just asking questions. The question that I had asked, John, was, what does God's voice sound like to you? Or what do you think his voice sounds like? Said, I've asked him to let me hear his voice many times. I have had dreams he has talked to me, but I can't remember his voice for some reason, just his words. Okay. That's an interesting thing. You gotta pick it up, Brandon. I absolutely crashed. I'm sorry. Back up. I'm working on it, alright? I can't help it, you crashed. That's interesting though, JK, because like it absolutely makes sense. One of the ways that God does speak to people is through dreams. Like, that is how God spoke predominantly, as we know, to Joseph in the Bible. Joseph in the coat of many colors. Early on, back in the days before Israelites were living in Egypt for that time. So that's fair. My question, like I said, John, is what do you feel like God's voice sounds like to you? That was what the question was. Which you had started to answer that about the time you fell asleep. Sonar upgrade. Thermal reactor. Docking bay repair module. Repairs your vehicle. Vehicles docked within the Cyclops. Ooh, that's nice. Shield generator. And that I want. Cyclops engine efficiency. I need that. Oops. That's what I need. I'll put that in there. Okay. I wonder, though, if I'm just really wanting to dream of him, so I do, or if it's him communicating like I asked. Okay, so there's a way that we can look into this, JK. Give me a dream that you've had where you feel like it was God speaking to you. Obviously, you don't remember his voice, but you remember the words. What was he trying to communicate to you in this dream? There's a really, like, I've been talking about, like, different ways to separate your voice from his voice, and they'll be really good by the contents of the dream. So I've had 3 rapture dreams in my life. Does that symbolize anything? I've also had the weirdest dreams. I think God is like a dad. Well, that is fair. So in answering your question, like in this statement, one of the characteristics of God is God the Father. So yes, that would be very much so within his range of how he would speak to someone. He is looked on as the Father. So that's fair. You having 3 rapture dreams, that, I wonder if that has more to do with the fact that you think very often about rapture, because I know you enough to know that you think about the rapture a lot. And I hear Jesus as a brother like the son. Yes, that's also fair. I remember the first dream I had. I was having a really bad few months and wanted to end myself, so I just kept asking him to talk to me. And I remember falling off the edge of somewhere, and he grabbed my hand and he told me to trust him and not give up. That definitely sounds within the characteristics of God. I'm gonna be straight with you, JK. That sounds like God right there. So far, we're on a good track. There are 3 big characteristics of God. And it's as I was starting off, it's encapsulated in 1 Corinthians 13 says, love is patient and kind. Love is not jealous or boastful or proud or rude. It does not demand its own way. It is not irritable, and it keeps no record of being wronged. It does not rejoice about injustice, but rejoices whenever the truth wins out. Love never gives up, never loses faith, is always hopeful, and endures through every circumstances. Prophecy and speaking in unknown languages and special knowledge will become useless, but love will last forever. Our knowledge is partial and incomplete, and even the gift of prophecy reveals only part of the whole picture, but when the time of perfection comes, these partial things will become useless. When it says the end is 3 things will last forever: faith, hope, and love. And it is definitely within the characteristics of God to call you into situations of faith, which means situations of risk. God reaching out and saying to you, don't end your life, is risky, because you're going to have to go through life and whatever that involves by faith that it's worth living in the first place, rather than just ending your life right then and there. And that's why he's calling you to continue to push on. Your time has not come. Don't kill yourself. And the fact of leaving away from something feeling more hopeful, you know that is the voice of God, because if something leaves you hopeless, that is not from God. But God will always leave you hopeful. And if it's lacking any hope, it's usually coming from a place, if it is from God and it's not as hopeful, it's like like you're doing something wrong, there's always hope on the back end if you would repent from whatever you're doing that is not helpful for you. But like not remembering the dream, like looking directly into his face and not being able to remember that kind of stuff, that's... We're on a good track, JK. Maybe you're not hearing him the way that you would hope to hear him, but that's more powerful than my dreams sometimes. So we're on a good track here. Does my dreams of becoming different people symbolize anything? What does that mean, John? You're going to have to be more... You're going to have to expound upon that a little bit, because I don't know what that means. And I am going to move this ship somewhere else, because I'm not finding what I need here. Does my dreams or sands from Undertale's taking me out of the Gribbly symbolize? I don't have any context with that. I cannot speak to that right now. I don't know anything about Undertale except that Sans is is that skeleton guy with the blue eye. I've not played it, so I don't know what to say to that specifically. Have you had any other dreams beyond that one, JK, where you're wondering if that sounds like it's God or not? Out of curiosity? And maybe I should go deeper, because I know there's an entry point to that green river zone here. Let me see. Does my dreams of becoming FNAF security guard symbolize anything? There's so much context I don't have, John. Like, that in and of itself is really hard to say, because that's just... I would need more details than just that. Like, what else happened in the dream? What is going on in these dreams? I don't know. Because some dreams could be just a fixation on things you've been thinking about all the time. Like, you having multiple dreams of the rapture while you also think about the rapture a lot could just be because you think about the rapture a lot. Knowing you. It could be prophetic, it might not be. Like, if I'm going to be able to say, oh yes, this dream has specific meaning or whatever, I need to know, is this dream like a very consistent dream that you keep having? How does it generally go? Oh no. Please don't hit me. Please leave me alone. I don't want to be empted by your BS. That looks green. This looks like a direction I need to head. Because I remember there being a place down here where there was a place for a orange tablet. And I want that. No, no, no. Oh, okay, well. Thank you. I wanted to be thrown into this green goop. Oh, you're in the group with me. Hello. I didn't know you would follow me in here, you creep. Do you have a fever, John? Yes, I had another dream when my brother was getting surgery, and we were all nervous. In my dream, God was there with my brother, and I and he told us not to worry about it and put his hand on my shoulder. When I woke up, my brother's surgery went just okay, so I thank God. Okay. The wrist hurt and my shoulders and my head. Have you been drinking enough water? And have you been eating? Please don't. Dang it. Stop. Stop. Here we go. I remember the last time I was here. Would you please? It's being a general nuisance. Just did. Well, okay. If you've not been drinking a lot of water throughout the day, that would definitely be an affecting thing. When I was in a bad place, I've seen something evil as well, and that's what made me really start trusting in him, because he was there and I could feel it, but not see him. Okay. So yeah, no, I honestly do think you have heard from God, and he has specifically chosen to reveal himself to you through dreams. The way that you've described everything, which is pretty cool. Like, I do sometimes interact with God via dreams, but not as much as I hear his voice. Can I interact with that data terminal? Fauna reproductive data.
PDA data.
Okay, cool. Give me these ion cubes. Through signs, okay. Have you ever seen iBible, the animated series? I have not. Ooh, creature egg. I wonder what some of these things do. I've seen the Bible Project. I have seen The Chosen. Those are a couple things I have been able to witness. But I have not seen the iBible animated series. Have you heard of the Action Bible? The one with pictures. Is that like a comic book? I'm gonna go back to my Cyclops again. Apparently you have, John. Yeah, it's like a comic book pictures as long with the Bible. I know it's not accurate, but it's cool to see how they think and things would have looked. That's cool. I'll have to look into that because I do like reading comics from time to time. So yeah, I do think that God has spoken to you via dreams. But I do think it's possible to hear his voice too. And I think you can begin to know his voice when you begin to discern between those sneaky things that would sound like him but are not really. Because the enemy and you are able to say things that could sound like him but are not good. What do you think I can do to get the dreams more frequent or able to talk to him more? Which you get a revelation about to the Revelation part, Brandon. The visuals would make you feel like you're on LSD. Oh dear Lord, the horrors you will see. I see. So, when it comes to like getting more from God in those sense, there is the real practical ask and it shall be given unto you, seek and you shall find, knock and the door will be opened to you. For those who will ask, receive. Oh, okay, it missed me. Thank God. Those who seek, find, and those who knock, the door will be open. So, like, ask. It's always good to ask God for things because He does answer prayers. So yeah, real simply, just asking Him for what you need and what you want from Him. How much more will God give good gifts to those who are called according to His name, or called according to His purpose? So asking is one, but when it comes to hearing His voice, that comes through like knowing His character. So like I said, starting with talking about like His love, like knowing about the Bible, that the verses that talk about. Would you stop? What is happening here? God is love. Love is patient. Love is kind. It is not jealous or boastful or proud or rude. Stop trying to warp me, please. I don't want to be warped. It does not demand its own way. It does not rejoice at injustice. All those things, those are knowing those things about His character, like what He calls of us according to love is also who He is. When you hear something that's not in love, then you can know it's also not God. God is not going to do something contrary to His nature. Hello? May I please? Hello? Can I come in? Okay, apparently no, I cannot come in. Hold on a second. I cannot focus while I'm out here vulnerable in the open. When I should just be able to go right... There we go. Okay.
All systems online.
Thank you. Lord have mercy. Is it okay to ask Him for things even if it's silly, like passing my driver's test? I always feel like I'm asking for things, so I try to thank Him for things more. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with asking for that. Like, He's not like if it's something that He's not going to like grant you, like you will find out, or He'll tell you. Like, He has the ability to say, like, to tell you, like, no, I'm not going to do that. That's not healthy for you or anything. Like, if you ask, but like the Bible literally talks about ask and you shall receive, seek and you shall find, knock and the door will be open to you. Like, God wants you to ask things. He wants you to be involved with Him, and not to shame yourself for the method of which you come to Him. Like, He wants to be with you. He's loving, patient, and kind. He's not a needy God. He's not like, oh, if you only come to me with needs, you can't be in communication with Him anymore. Because you can't literally come to Him without needs. Like, He has no needs, and we have nothing but needs. Like, our very life is finite on this earth. We have nothing but needs, so it's like, come to Him with your needs, like, and then thank Him through the process like you're already doing. I think there's no frivolous thing that you can ask for God. He's the God with the cattle on 1,000 hills, meaning that there is no lack for Him. So I think it's cool to ask Him for just different things. I think He delights in those kinds of things. I feel bad I don't read the Bible and His Word more, but I just can't get into books for some reason, even though I have my Bible with me every night. Well, what kind of expectations do you put on yourself when it comes to reading the Bible, JK? Like, are you, like, expecting yourself to, like, read for very long periods of time? Like, a whole chapter a day? Like, what kind of expectations do you put on yourself in relation to that? There's a manga Bible. I believe it. I believe it. Oh, I put that in the wrong spot. You will now go here. I try to put myself on one chapter a day, and every time I get around half, I lose focus and want to restart, so I give up. Well, okay, so, like, right there is the problem. Like, if you are consistently trying to read one chapter a day and you can't make it through that, then just reduce the expectation of how much you should be reading per day. The goal is to read it. The goal is doesn't have to be like you have to read this specific amount. If it's just a sentence that you're able to read without losing focus, then let it be just a sentence. The way that I look at it, in the terms of how much to read God's word or not, is like eating. Like, most people are not going to just sit and eat for, like, multiple hours. They're going to sit and they might eat for 15 minutes before they finish their entire plate. Like, it's not going to take long to eat. But they eat usually twice or maybe 3 times a day. I'm sure it is, John. So, like, the goal is to read, and if you are reading, and there is a length of time you're able to read and stay focused on reading, good. That's good. Don't shame yourself for not being able to reach your entire chapter. Like, I think the goal is to eat. Have something to eat at the beginning of your day, at the end of your day. That's what's important. Whether or not it turns out to be a chapter, or it turns out to be a sentence, or a verse, that depends on the day. You're not going to be as hungry from day to day. Oh, I may not be seeing them, but I can imagine. I've already seen manga or like anime that is like revolves around Christianity and other things too. So, if these expectations that are being put on you are not loving, and they're condemning, that's not God's voice, conviction. That is either yourself condemning you, or the enemy condemning you, JK. So that's that. Therefore, there is no condemnation for those who are in Christ Jesus. We do things because it is good for us, and it is something that God has given us, not because, we have to do this or else. God is not needy. He has no needs. So everything that he wants us to do because it is good for us, and we could take it from that approach. And if you're not used to doing a certain length of something, you can work your way up to that until you get to a point where you are able to read a chapter a day if you want to. But as long as you are consuming his word on a regular basis, that's what's most important. The past couple of days, I've read maybe a couple of verses in the beginning of my day and at night. And that is mostly because I have not been motivating myself to go to bed at a good time. So then by the time I get to bed and to read, I'm like, I have barely any time to read at all before I'm going to get no sleep at all. So then I don't read as much as I normally do. But I know it's good because another way to look at it is like planting seeds. If you're continuously planting seeds, some of them are going to grow, some of them are not, but as long as you keep planting, you're going to keep having reap harvest at different times. So, in hearing God's voice, is it loving? Is the voice patient and kind? Is the voice not jealous? Is it not boastful or proud? Or is it not rude? Is it not demanding its own way? Is it not irritable? Is it keeping no record of wrong or being wronged? Is it not rejoicing about injustice, but is rejoicing whenever the truth wins out? Is it never giving up? It's never losing faith? It's always hopeful and is enduring through every circumstance? Because if it is, that's God. 3 things last forever: faith, hope, and love, and the greatest of these is love. That's one way you know it's God or not. And then, from there, is it calling you to do something that's sinful, that God specifically says in his word is not good? Like, is it asking you to murder, or commit adultery, or to steal, or to testify falsely, or to covet? Is it asking you to work yourself out till you have no energy left? You know, is it asking you to, like, use God's name incorrectly, or, you know, put something above God? If voice is sounding like anything like that, that's not God. Because God's not going to tell you to do something contradictory to his word. He's not going to say, here, this is, you know, what you should do, and then over here, God's telling you to do something completely different from that. Sometimes I feel strongly he is here beside me or something, but I can't advance past that and feel I'm doing something wrong or not good enough to have that next step. That sounds like condemnation to you, to me, JK. Like, that does not... the feeling of he's with you, but you're doing something wrong, so you're not really actually in his presence or something, I don't think that's coming from God. Because it sounds to me from everything that you've said that you have a heart and passion for God. You're looking to put him first. You are doing your best to be respectful of him and to not be prideful, and to be open. And I don't think that when you feel like there's something that's, you know, wrong, that's not being good enough to move on to the next step with him, I don't think that's coming from him. There are always areas that we can improve in, but again, 3 things will last forever: faith, hope, and love. Love is always hopeful. And if you're left feeling hopeless, that's not God. That's the enemy. That's Satan. Or that is your physical self that is not redeemed, that God has to constantly work through for the rest of your life. But that's not who you are. That's not where you're at. I doubt myself a lot, but keep going because I have faith in him. Yeah. Love never loses faith. Good. That is a God-given gift, a trait. So yeah, no, like, there is hope. Every time that God speaks to me, he always leaves me hopeful, even when he's convicting me of something I'm doing wrong. Like, even when God is convicting me, and or you could even say sometimes punishing me, I don't leave feeling hopeless. I leave feeling empowered. Like, I can do this. Yes, this sucks. Yes, I don't want to do this because I want to do whatever feels best and immediate. But I still feel empowered to do it. Like, I've struggled with addictions. And they're not good. And God has never made me feel hopeless. He's always told me every time I've failed to resist my temptations that I can do it. I can move past this. I don't have to stay stuck here. I can start whenever I want to, doing the right thing. And whenever I get anxious about it, then he shows me like where it could go wrong, but he shows it to me even in a peaceful way, a way that empowers me to do better. And if what you're feeling is leaving you feel hopeless or anxious or incapable, that's just not God. It is, and I like this one. So God has given both his promise and his oath. These things are unchangeable because it is impossible for God to lie. Like, that's a huge thing. God isn't going to say to you that it's going to be okay like he has in your dreams, that he's going to work through things and then, but you know what? You know, you're not actually that close to God. You've got to, you know, work through some things or whatever, like to get close. Like, no, when you accepted Jesus as your savior, you have been brought closer in. This hope is a strong and trustworthy anchor for our souls that leads us through the curtain into God's inner sanctuary. The Holy of Holies, the place closest to God possible. You don't have a more distal relationship to God than me or your brother. This is not how that works. When you accept Christ, you have instantaneous, deep connection to him that you can access whenever you want. And it is just available to you as it is to any one of us. And you are just as worthy as any one of us. All have sinned and fallen short of the glory of God. But the way that God interacts with each person is different and intimate specifically to them. And I'm trying to think here because I feel like there's one other thing that really connects to this. Yeah. Philippians 4:6. Do not be anxious about anything. Instead, pray about everything. Tell God what you need and thank him for all that he has done. Then you will experience God's peace, which exceeds anything we can understand. His peace will guard your hearts and minds as you live in Christ Jesus. Oh, okay. I didn't ask you anything. What I was saying, to what you said, JK, was that, the voices that are saying what you're like there's something wrong that's preventing you from being close to God, you're not good enough or whatever, that's not God's voice. I was talking about, I was referencing from 1 Corinthians 13 that love is never loses faith. It's always hopeful. 3 things last forever: faith, hope, and love. If what you're hearing does not leave you hopeful, it's not God. And you can rest assured that it's not God. That's, he's not putting you down. He wouldn't put you down. That is either the enemy or that is some other voice within inside of you that is not God. Like I think I was mentioning, I don't know if you were there when I was saying it or anything, but I was mentioning that it really seems to be, from everything that I'm reading of what you said, JK, that, like, you are a man after God's own heart. And you have the same access to God as I do or your brother does. It's not a partial access or anything. Like, it seems to me that you are someone who has committed your life to God the way that you wish to please him, the way that you want to connect with him. Excuse me. Nothing of what you said suggests to me that you are a person that God would be distant from, because I can see your heart chasing after him, and he will give good things to those who pursue, who ask. Much like a father, an earthly father would give good gifts to their children. How much more would he give you good things? So I was wanting to encourage you in that. And then I was thinking about Philippians 4 verses 6 through 7, saying, do not worry about anything or be anxious for nothing. Instead, pray about everything. Tell God what you need and thank him for all he has done. Then you will experience God's peace, which exceeds anything we can understand. His peace will guard your hearts and minds as you live in Christ Jesus. So thinking about that, JK, like, if what you're hearing is making you worried or making you anxious, it's not God. It literally says, do not worry about anything, and in some translations, be anxious for nothing. So that was one major thing that I was thinking about in response to what you were talking about. Maybe, yes. I have had some dreams of him, but not in like not him in literal form, but him in like metaphorical form. I had one very specific dream a while back ago where he was, well, the Holy Spirit was like my wife, and I had two children. One was representing thoughtraid, and the other one was representing another community that I had called UGN. And the Holy Spirit was, as my wife, helping me raise these two communities of people, and was showing me where to take them in order for them to be blessed and to, in fact, not even show me, he was actually actively involved in making sure that they were being blessed and being taken care of and everything. And at some point I recognized that I needed to change their diaper, which is another form which was a representation of me needing to remove dead things, or people that were not working or whatever for the community. So I have had dreams of him, but not like, yes, I am specifically talking to the Holy Spirit. I kind of realized that secondhand. He literally gave me an interpretation the minute I woke up, which is rare. I think I'm gonna move back to my main base. I don't think I'm gonna find anything else of use here.
Engine powering up.
I'm gonna have to use my base to charge my charge some things. So that I can get these dying power cells taken care of. Must be nighttime because I'm getting up pretty high and it's still dark. Which is fun. So, thinking about it, if ever you're wondering whether you're hearing God's voice or not, it's good to pay attention to, is the voice leaving you hopeless? Because if it is, it's not him. If it's leaving you anxious, it's not him. Not to say that if you hear something and you feel anxious, it's not him, because there might be some times where he might call you to some things that are not fun, and it might make you feel anxious. So there is that. Oh no. I didn't realize I was over here by the floating island. I know there's a Leviathan somewhere around it, which I'm not excited about. But hopefully I can get around this all safety-like. Although I think it's not the floaty one. I think it's the one that's non-floaty. But the Leviathan exists around. If it's not in love, it's not him. Because God speaks, he is love, and everything he does is from a place of love. If it does not put you into a place, sometimes God might call you to a place of faith or risk-taking. So it may not necessarily be a sign that he calls you something that's like, you know, it could be risky, it may not work. That doesn't mean it's not God, though. But he does not belittle people. He is not proud or boastful, so he's not going to use knowledge to make you feel less than. He'll definitely use it to make you be humble, you know, if you are being prideful. But he does everything from a place of love. And it's a still small voice. God doesn't really make a habit of speaking very loudly at people. It's something you hear from within. A voice from within. Does all of that make sense? Really? I'm glad you came. I've enjoyed talking with you. It's been nice. What kind of things have you thought about when you thought about what heaven is like? What kind of things have come to mind out of curiosity?
Excessive noise. And it's that.
I want to park it this way. My ship is tilting. I wonder if I'm hitting something. Descend. I probably definitely am hitting something. There we go. I think of heaven as just the perfect place. People will tell me everything is gold there, so I think of all the buildings and things as shiny gold, talking to God and asking him questions while overlooking the water. I like that. I like that. Are there like things that you can see yourself doing, like for instance, as you mentioned, talking to God there?
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Oh, I just realized the way I can cheese the system. Hello. I don't even have to leave the prawn suit to make that happen. Hello. I could take the charged batteries. Well, once I gain energy. Let me in. Let me in! There we go.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
At least I think I can.
Systems online.
Although I don't have access from there. Nah. Hold on. I'm going to take... Oh, wait a minute. Hold on, I'm gonna go through this way. Up here. I have some here. I'm not sure if I see myself doing things there, but I feel like if I was doing things, it would be all the things I love. Fair. I've always thought that oh, that's an empty power cell. I've always thought that if God puts a desire or an enjoyment of something on my heart, it is something that he plans to fulfill at some point, whether on this earth or in the life to come. And one of the things that I have a massive amount of interest in and desire for is terraforming. I love the concept of taking a barren world and turning it into a paradise. And I love world building. Building, putting animal, like making a story, making special alien creatures or races of humanoids or whatever. And I feel like that's a God desire. That's a God thing that has been put on my heart. And so I feel like that's something that God would probably fulfill for me in the life to come. Like, no one has specifically said that's going to happen. But I know, I get the sense that this is not there for no reason.
Engine powering down.
Turn off that engine. No power use. No. So I feel like in the same way, like I feel like if you have desires for things, maybe you're not really accomplishable here on Earth, that might be something that you'd also be able to accomplish, though, in heaven. Let me get over here. Whee!
Welcome aboard, Captain. Welcome aboard, Captain. All systems online.
Okay, you go there. John! Hello, welcome back again. And welcome back, John. Other John. We got two Johns. What's my what? Huh? I need to put that into the Cyclops. Oh, well, good morning again. Oh, what's up? Oh, hey. I've went thus far today. I've been in search for parts for the power cell generators, or the power cell, or whatever you want to call them. Have not had any success. I found the orange tablet, which allowed me to go to the place where you could find, presumably, the egg that gives you that little cute creature. And a couple of green power cell thing. I don't know what they're called. So done that. I found the bottom walker thingies, which are pretty cool. And then I found a cliff that went into nothing. And everyone was like, you need to jump down the cliff. So I was like, okay. And after much procrastination, I finally decided to go down there to see what I would find. And I just kept going down and down and down, and my prawn suit only has a depth of 900, and I was going still down. So I decided to stop going down, and came back up after encountering a large glowing Leviathan down there. So that wasn't fun. Then I went to the bulb zone again to see if I could find more stuff. That's where I ended up finding the orange tablet at the base. I got into a section I couldn't get to before. But where? Because that sheer cliff kept going down, and all I found was a glowing Leviathan in depths I couldn't get. Gotta get upgrades in the deeper place. Well, surely it's not off the side that I was looking at. Like, I was looking down there and there was nothing. And I kept going down 900 meters, still couldn't see the ground. Thank you! And everyone's been telling me, oh yeah, just keep going down, as if I would actually encounter a single thing that was worth my time down there. No. Yeah, I figured. That's what I thought, but everyone was just encouraging me to my death, effectively. All inconsiderate-like. But I don't know where else to go yet. I've been to the bulb zone. I don't think I've been to the dunes, but I don't know how deep that is. I don't know if that's deep enough. So there's that. So I don't know where to look next. I haven't found the lava zone. Maybe the back end of where the ship is, possibly? I don't know if that'd be a place to go. Anyway, JK, you're saying... My mother has told me she has seen an angel before, as well, but never a voice of God or any dreams with him in it. Interesting, okay. Let's replace that one. You gotta go to the deepest your prawn suit can go and dive or something. Okay. Well, I don't know what direction to head, though, because last thing I found was a cliff to nothing. I don't think it's behind the ship, but I forget. Okay, well, okay. See, I'm just trying my best to find where this stuff may be. Look for some caves. Okay. That'll be my next goal, I guess. Go some cave hunting. Let me get my bottle of water here. Stock up a little more. But I found more ion cubes, which is good. Although, I don't know where I've been storing most of them. Nope, not there. Here? Nope. Ion cube? There we are. Ion cube. Cool. Get that out of my inventory. Cool. And you get some more food and hydration. But yeah, today, John, the main thing that we've been going over, besides a little bit of exploration, has been just talking about hearing God's voice. And so I've been asking two questions. I've been asking, have you knowingly heard God's voice? And the second question that I've been asking is, what does God's voice sound like to you? Are the two questions that I've been asking, just kind of going over that stuff. While also playing Subnautica. 62%, so we're getting some places. Well, that continues to charge. I might as well bring this guy back over to my Cyclops. Leave me alone! I don't want to deal with it. You can hear the devil's voice? Truly? Or like... I guess it's not too big of a surprise, honestly, for anyone. I was thinking, like, a specific voice for some reason was where my mind went with that. He speaks to me constantly. Do you know, then, the difference between the two voices? Between his voice and God? Oh, JK. Okay, well. But do you know, have you ever, like, knowing, like, yes, this is God's voice? Like, you know that you know this is not just coming from nowhere. This is God speaking directly to you. Out of curiosity. If you don't want to talk about that, that's fine too, but just out of curiosity. I can replace this one that's at 99% and make everything nice and peachy keen. And then I can repair the other one, or recharge that one up. Okay. Oh, I forgot where that thing went. It's been moved around like 5 times. More than 5 times, actually. Okay. Because I remember you talking about that. I remember the revelation that you got through that. I did not remember, though, if you had mentioned, like, a voice was speaking to you. What was that voice? Dang it. What was that voice like? Was it kindly speaking to you? Was it a peaceful conversation? Okay. I don't need to keep jumping in the water. Oh, you even remember what specifically? Okay. Oh, can't. Oh, okay. But do you remember, like, the general tone of the voice that was speaking to you? Like, how you felt when you heard it? Oh, that reminds me. One more thing I need to grab. Neutral. Interesting, okay. I was very curious about that. The first stream I had, I remember his words, but not the sound of his voice. I just know it was him. I remember in my heart I felt like no matter how much I could try and deny it, if I wanted to, I couldn't because it felt so pure, like love. Because we were talking, before you got here, John, we were talking about a couple things. We were talking about how... how his voice, if you're hearing his voice would be coming from a place of love. And we were defining love as through the Bible. We were defining it as... specifically... Oops, not that. Love is patient and kind. Love is not jealous or boastful or proud or rude. It does not demand its own way. It is not irritable, and it keeps no record of being wrong. It does not rejoice about injustice, but rejoices whenever the truth wins out. Love never gives up, never loses faith, is always hopeful, and endures through every circumstance. So we're talking like, okay, if you're hearing God's voice, it's going to come from a place of love. It is not going to be these things. It's not going to be impatient. It's not going to be unkind. It's not going to be jealous or boastful, or it's not going to be proud or rude. It's not going to demand its own way. It's not going to be irritable, and it keeps no record of being wrong. It does not rejoice about injustice, but rejoices whenever the truth wins out. It never gives up, never loses faith, is always hopeful, and endures through every circumstance. So, whatever voice that you hear, if it does not fit that criteria, that is a telltale sign that it's probably not God's voice. Because God would not speak to you in a way that is unloving. And we had also mentioned that it would not be something that would leave you hopeless. 3 things will last forever: faith, hope, and love, and the greatest of these is love. So when God speaks, if there is a voice that you're hearing that's not leaving you feeling hopeful, if it does not leave you feeling hopeful, then it would also not be God. Like anything that makes you feel hopeless, incapable, less than, like a terrible person, unworthy of love, is not God. God is patient. He is forgiving. He wants the truth to... He wants things to go well, not for things to be, unjust. So we're kind of like making that discernment. And we were talking about other things like that stuff. Yeah, not religious though, but I got peace. So might stop by again later. Yeah, okay. But yeah, those are things we're talking about today. It was incredible as it felt as everything he said you just instantly knew. Wake me up. Have a good night, John. You just instantly knew, but you could trust him because he loved you. Yes. That sounds about right, JK. I love it. Unfortunately, I don't think I can wake you up. Wake me up inside. Can't wake up. What is your question, John? And I think with that question, too, depending what the question is, I might end it here because it's getting a little bit late for me. I'm getting tired. How do you differ God from your own thoughts? Well, like I was saying, God is loving. So if the voices that you're hearing is not loving, that right away is going to be not God's voice. And I'm going to bring it up again. I brought it up multiple times. I'll bring it up one more time just to drive this point home. If the voice that you're hearing is not patient, it is not kind, it is not God. If it's jealous or boastful, proud, or rude in your head, it is not God. If it's demanding its own way and it's not giving you freedom and autonomy, it's not God. If it is irritable, it's not God. If it keeps records of all the times that it was wronged, it's not God. It does not. If it's not rejoicing, if it is rejoicing about injustice and not rejoicing where the truth wins out, it's not God. If it's giving up, losing faith, hopeless, and not enduring through whatever you're going through, it's not God. But if it is the opposite of those things, and is patient and kind, it's not jealous, not boastful, not proud, not rude, then you have more hope that is God. You know, if it's allowing you to have your freedom to make decisions, it is God. So we stream every week, Monday, Friday, and Saturday at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And when we say 8, sometimes it's oftentimes like 8:15, 8:05, somewhere within that range. Because I'm not always great with time management, or I might be doing a lot of different things, so I have to start a little bit later. But usually sometime around 8, within like a 30-minute range of 8 is when we'll start. But Mondays, Fridays, and Saturdays. When we get to Friday, that'll be more of like a gaming night type thing. So we'll be doing something like that. Now, granted, I will say I don't know what I'll be able to do this Friday because I have to close at work, which will get me way far into my time for setup. So I may or may not be able to get to this Friday stream, and depending on if I can get Noah to stream. But Saturday for sure, we'll be doing something called AI Battle. And yes, we will definitely be going back to Minecraft at some point, yes. But Saturday we'll be having the AI Battle. Hello, Gaming Warrior! And the AI Battle is going to be space-themed. And how it works is you create a character based on the theme. And we put that character into a tournament battle with everyone else's character. And each one of them battle each other out. And I think the first one to three defeats loses. And the one who does not moves on to the next round. And it's so hilarious. It's so worth your time. A lot of fun. Uh-oh. And so that is once a month, every month. Hello. Can you stop? Thank you. Can you not?
Vital signs stabilizing.
So that'll be Saturday of this week. And then it'll be a little bit wonky next week because I'll be on vacation, so we may or may not have streams next week. But we will be having the rest of them, most of them for this week. We'll just if on the Friday part. So yes. And then Mondays is when I go over different topics. So like, we might go over like, hearing God's voice. We could go over dealing with anxiety. We might go over setting boundaries with people. We'll always go over some kind of deep topic. I think the next one I'm going to talk about will be Axeman's suggestion. He put in the suggestion of the topic. Hold on, let me pull it up. His suggestion was, why do we let the things we hate control our lives? So I'm definitely going to be talking about that one next. I think I like that one a lot. So if you're interested in that one, that'll probably be next Monday when we go over that one. So, in answering your question, that is the answer. And if you ever want to know, like, when we go live about stuff, we have Discord, JK, and the link to that is in the panels below on Twitch. So you hit that link, you'll be connected to our Discord group where we're gaming together sometimes or posting memes all the time and all that kind of stuff. It's always good. No new schedule, Gaming Warrior. It's just modified because reasons. I have to close the store on this Friday, Gaming Warrior, so I might not be streaming unless I can get Noah to stream. So that'll be this Friday, just as a heads up. But we will be live Saturday with the AI game, the AI battle, so plug for that. And then I might not be streaming. I don't think I'll be streaming the whole week of next week because I'll be on vacation. Part of it I'll be up in Pennsylvania, and part of it I'll be just with a friend who's coming down from Pennsylvania here in North Carolina. So just as a heads up for next week. But then next week, everything will be resuming back to normal. So although if Noah is able to stream on Fridays and Saturdays within the weeks to come, then he'll be having the streams those couple of days. So that is the update to that. So yeah. But hello, Gaming Warrior. We pretty much were just going over what it's like to hear God's voice. Knowing what is our voice, the difference between our voice and God's voice was the main thing. And I was asking the questions, have you knowingly heard God's voice, 1? And 2, what does God's voice sound like to you? Or if you haven't heard his voice, what do you think his voice would sound like to you? Was the main questions we were asking. Yes, unfortunately, there'll be a few days that'll be in short. Yes, that I will not be able to do. I'm sorry. But that's why we got Discord, so we can continue to do things when I'm not able to do that, and hang out sometimes too. So, and whenever you get your PC up and running again, we can definitely do some things together on Discord, some games we can do together or whatever, which will be fun. Ooh, this song is nice. I like this song. Hello. So yeah, those are the questions asked. Do I listen to Chris? Yes, I have listened to Chris Tomlin songs. I have listened to Matthew West, Ren Collective, Toby Mac, Mandisa, Carmen, Hillsong, was it Planet Shakers? Many others. I can't think of all of them. A good deal of them I have, yes. I have. Interesting. So I have I've heard of stories about, well, God's voice instances. But have you specifically heard God's voice, like knowingly, like you've heard God's voice, Gaming Warrior? And where are my batteries at? They're all at 100%. Good, just like I like them. I need to get them... I need to create the thing for the better battery cells, though. Because that... I don't want to have to keep recharging those batteries so often. That would be sucky. If I have to be honest, maybe not. So, what does that mean? What does that mean? Have you not? What does maybe not mean?
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Do I have the recipe necessary to make that stuff? I don't think I do. I have to go back to the spooky zone to get my stuff. You have seen God's pet once, I think. What does that mean? God's pet? I've never heard that before. Blood oil. Oh, that's gonna be fun to find. I need blood oil. I need stuff for a computer chip. Now that, I think I probably can make here and now. I think I should have the resources. Do I have it? My table coral samples, gold, and copper wire. I can get this. I can find coral. I can find coral! Don't fart on me. Aha! Got my table coral. Might as well take a couple extra, because why not? For example, Shiva has a snake wrapped around his neck. Okay. Well, I'm not necessarily thinking about... When I'm talking about God, one, I'm generally not necessarily thinking about gods like that or their pets. I feel like God supersedes... has a mouse that it travels on. I feel like everyone has and hears the voice of God at some point. And I feel like there's a God that's above all other gods that you might hear of in the Hinduism pantheon. And I have a theory that everyone hears him at some point in their lives, and I'm curious, you're talking about seeing pets, but have you ever had an experience where you're hearing a voice or you feel like is not your own on the inside of you? Let's get more specific, because you're coming from a different perspective besides Christianity. So let me diversify my approach here a little bit. Have you had a situation where you feel like you've heard a voice within you that is not your conscience, is not your normal thoughts, something that just kind of is outside of that? No, I don't want that. If I'm gonna have a fish in my inventory, that fish better be converted into something not deadly for me to consume. Give me that salt. Purify that fish. It's how I put it. We have many gods, so we worship a singular god as our main god. Right, but I get that. But focus in with me, Gaming Warrior. I'm not focusing on, let's just, in this situation, let's take just the word God out of it. I want to get more specific because I want to see, I'm personally curious. I'm going to work with my theory here. And just wonder out of curiosity, have you heard within you a voice that you can honestly say you feel like this voice is not you that is speaking? And if so, how did it speak to you? This is what I'm curious about. And it doesn't have to be complex. I'm just looking for like a simple yes or no. That, I need my gold. I would say maybe, because I haven't heard God's voice yet, so maybe just can't really defy it. If so, how do you remember that particular voice speaking to you? Out of curiosity. I think it's a no, but yes as well. Okay, so, what was that like? I want to know. Whatever you can remember, how did this particular voice speak to you? I swear I have gold somewhere. I know I have gold. Maybe the gold is just in the Cyclops. I think it is. Okay. Let me go to the Cyclops. Okay. So, this voice, okay, so it said something like to the lines of work hard, and you can do it. Okay. What was it specifically talking to? Like, it's just a general statement of what you're able to accomplish? Got one of those. I need to get polyaniline, which I need hydrochloric acid. Oh boy. In general, I think. Was there any circumstances around the time that was stated? Were like going through something at the time? Give me that equipment. I'll put that into my room. I have situations I have felt God was speaking to me through someone else. That's a real thing too. When that voice spoke to you, Gaming Warrior, was that voice coming to you in a time where you felt hopeless and defeated? Out of curiosity, do you remember? Deep shroom and salt. Okay. One of my loved ones passed away when I was little. Wait, were you saying it was while one of my loved ones passed away while I was little. Is that what you're trying to say? Deep Shroom. I'm gonna have to go to that spooky place to get this. All the materials needed for this Cyclops efficiency module. No. Okay. So I was asking, like, do you remember the circumstances when this other voice spoke to you? That's what I was curious about. Like, do you remember when that happened? I was small when that happened. Okay. Okay. And were you saying that happened when a loved one passed away? Like, that's about the time you remember that specifically? Is that correct? Might be. Yes. Okay, cool. So we're on the same page. Cool. Cool. So would you say it was kind of like a comforting voice at the time? Kind of like in a time where you have felt, maybe it might have felt like hopeless or alone, perhaps? Significantly attached to them. Okay. Okay. Okay, cool. Cool. Because the context is really important to me. Like, when you hear certain things, the context is important. Because when I believe that when the God of our universe, the God that I believe in, speaks, because he is the Lord of everything, there is no God above him, he is going to speak always in love and in hope and in faith. You're going through a rough time. You are very attached to a person. Hopelessness might have been trying to come. Here comes this voice saying that you can do it. When you work hard. I'm just make sure I'm remembering what you said. When you work hard, you can do it. When you work hard, you can do it. Like, you can make it through something like that, giving you hope to a situation that otherwise felt hopeless. I have something I can put onto... Wait. 5. Nope, don't want that. I might also have another possible chance of hearing God. Okay. There we go. I put that there. And then I can put... What's this thing? Nope. That's just I don't want to put 2 microscopes down. Too many microscopes! Get that out of my inventory. There we go. There we go. Cool. Excellent. During COVID, I came to the realization that God exists everywhere in all religions and in everything around us. Alright. And was that like a realization that came, or was that specifically like I said, like a voice that came to you that told you about that out of curiosity? Okay, I'm gonna have to find that spooky place. That'll be my last thing, and then I'll cut it off there. Just getting the last pieces so I can get the energy upgrade for my
Captain.
submarine. Have you ever heard a song, had the song Light of the World by Lauren? I might have? There's a good chance I probably have started that song, JK. If I were to look it up and hear it again, I could confirm that or not. I've heard a lot of different Christian songs. The reason why I said I might is because I heard my voice saying that, what do you think God's wisdom is in other religions? Wait. They all want us to live in peace and harmony. The reason why I said might is because I heard my voice saying that, what do you think God's wisdom is in other religions? So you're saying that you ended up saying something that you felt like didn't just come directly from you. It came from outside of you, kind of thing. Is that what you're saying? Please let me in. Thank you. I'm gonna go... I don't remember where exactly that section is. I theorize.
Engine powering up.
Alright, I'm gonna go find it, though. Because I remember it being off the side. Before the reason why. I remember you saying, so during COVID, I came to the realization that God exists everywhere in all religions and in everything around us. The reason why I said might is because I heard the voice saying that, what do you think God's wisdom is in other religions? And so do you say something before that part, Gaming Warrior? Because if you did, I didn't see that. It did not show up in chat for me. This looks like an area. I feel like that might be the diving point, possibly. Or close to it. Maybe. Oh god. Maybe not. Yeah, I did. I did read it. Was the voice asking you a question or telling you that? JK was asking the question to what you said, Gaming Warrior. During COVID, I came to the realization that God exists everywhere in all religions and everything around us. The reason why, as I said, is because I heard my voice say that, what do you think God's wisdom is in other religions? And so he was asking, was the voice asking you a question or telling you that? And I'm asking also, was that voice, like, was that you saying something but it was uncharacteristic of you? So you realize that could have been God speaking through you? Or, was that just you knowingly saying that? If that makes sense. No, I don't want to go to the bulb section. I want to go to the dark, spooky blue area. Out of curiosity. I don't remember where it is. Wait. It vaguely looks promising. Well, vaguely, but not more than vaguely. No. It wasn't this. But it also wasn't... Ugh. It's dark, and now I don't remember where it was. Whoops. Excuse me. Am I damaging this thing? I am. Well, wait, am I? No, I'm not. Okay.
Deploying decoy.
Oh, I didn't want to do that. Well, that was a waste. Well, now there's a decoy and nothing to decoy it about. It's well, how do I put it? I said in my head, and I think it was my conscience, but it was in the middle of the night when I thought about it, so I'm not sure. Okay, so it could have been you, but it might not have been you. Fair enough. Okay, that's what I was trying to get at. Okay. That's what I was wanting to know, because sometimes there are things that can be said that are, like, outside of our control. Things that just don't fit the norm. Because what's being said... Okay, let's review what was said. During COVID, I came to the realization that God exists everywhere in all religions and in everything around us. The reason why I said might is because I heard my voice say that, what do you think God's wisdom is in other religions? That could be our God speaking through you. Like, that sounds like God putting you up on an adventure to discover who he really is. Like, because I don't know, I'm personally convinced, especially by how drawn you are to this channel, Gaming Warrior, that God is at work in your life trying to reveal himself, who he really is to you. From the way you describe things, what brought you here, your interests and stuff, I kind of feel like you're on a journey here, and he's trying to reveal himself to you. And I do believe that it is accurate that he exists through all religions, but I do believe that the religion that gets it correct and his full character is Judeo-Christian, like where the way they see him, specifically Christianity in its fullness, because Jews still don't believe in the Messiah. But it sounds like that could have been a situation of both situations of God speaking through you, giving you hope, because it lines up so far with the potential of God's character as I've known it to be, and as what the Bible describes. So it sounds like you're on a path here that he's leading you on in revealing himself to you. And I hope, it is my hope that I am able to steward that well. I am hitting something, and I'm stuck. Gotta lift up because I'm stuck. I don't know what I'm stuck on. And so the reason why I'm asking these specific questions is, again, because I'm kind of curious. I feel like God has, again, on a journey, and I feel like each person hears God's voice in some shape, way, or form. Whether they realize who he is, it, depends. And that's what I'm here for. I'm here to do my best to reveal who my God is, so that you can know him from other gods. I also could say that that's probably the reason why I'm trying to learn more about other religions. Yes. And I really do feel like the logical conclusion that this will lead you on is into knowing more about the Judeo-Christian God, who I believe is the one supreme God above them all, and the one that is the most correct throughout all religions. Because you're talking about a being that exists, as you say, everywhere in all religions and in everything around us. And that is something that the Judeo-Christian belief has already known for the longest time about God. He exists in all things. He is outside of time. Before the foundation of the world, the Lamb was slain. Already knew of his timelessness and him being outside of reality and time and existence. And so to know and to recognize his voice apart from any other voice that could speak to you, you would need to know his character. And the very first way, and here we go again, but the very first big way to know the creator that is speaking to you, apart from any other God that can speak to you, is to know this question right here. Or this, not question, but this statement here. And I'm going to replace the word love, and I'm going to replace it with the word God. God is patient and kind. God is not jealous or boastful or proud or rude. He does not demand his own way. He is not irritable and keeps no record of being wronged. He does not rejoice about injustice, but rejoices whenever the truth wins out. God never gives up, never loses faith, is always hopeful, and endures through every circumstance. 3 things will last forever: faith, hope, and love. So if you have circumstances where something speaks in you or through you that's not you, and it lines up with this right here, that is God speaking through you, here and to you. This is his character. This is who he is. But he is more than just that. He is also just. He is unable to lie. I like how it's put here. God also bound himself with an oath so that those who received the promise could be perfectly sure that he would never change his mind. So God has given both his promise and his oath. These 2 things are unchangeable because it is impossible for God to lie. Therefore, we who have fled to him for refuge can have great confidence as we hold to the hope that lies before us. This hope is a strong and trustworthy anchor for our souls. It leads us through the curtain into God's inner sanctuary. God cannot lie. And he does not cast a shifting shadow. He's not someone who is going to say this thing to one person and then say something else when it comes to morality and the way things are established. He's not going to do that. He's going to maybe have different things that are okay for one person, not for another, because one person may not deal with one thing and another person would, and that may change throughout the seasons of our lives, but there's a baseline morality that doesn't change with him too, that are just always consistent, which you can see through the 10 Commandments, which are never going to change. Your question was, does the God ever showed up as the morning dawn? That is a name that has been spoken, like the morning sun or whatever. Has been like a name that's been given to Christ. It's also been a name that has been given to Satan, interestingly, too, I think, if I remember correctly. Correct me if I'm wrong, those who know more about the Bible. But that is something that has been given of him. Do you think if one disliked the season of the year a lot, in heaven that season would not be there? No, I do not think that's how that would work. Because I feel like maybe there might be places of which a person can be where that season is not going to be so bothersome, or more likely to be there, possibly. But I also think that in heaven we will not be bothered by if there is seasons changes, though, because we're also not going to experience pain any longer, or have to worry about death or suffering. So whatever things about that season they don't like is not going to be a problem in heaven. So I don't think if there are seasons in heaven that there's not going to be certain ones for people that don't like that particular season. Because I have seen morning light at 3 a.m. from my window, and there was no explanation about it. Okay, yeah. I mean, God is considered light. Like, he is the light of the world. So, like, there is no darkness within him. Light showing up at a random time, that's a possibility of that. I don't know. I know God can show up in more ways than one. But what I am convinced of, Gaming Warrior, is that God is chasing after your heart. And he wants you to know him. Genuinely. So it would not be surprising to me if God would have sneaky ways that he'd be, like, you know, trying to lead you to him, in ways that kind of bypass your biases, wherever they may lay. Why was there sunlight and then suddenly there wasn't? That's not fair. So yeah. My Jesus, my God, is a God who is loving, but he is also just. And so when he says this is the way things are, he's not going to play favoritism and like, well, not for this person, whatever. He is consistent. When you interact with God, this is what my Bible tells me about him. I am the Lord your God who rescued you from the land of Egypt, the place of your slavery. Talking to the Israelites. The 10 Commandments, you must not have any other God but me. Right off the bat, you must not have any other God but me. God is a jealous God. He does not like having any other God above him, because there is no other God who is the Lord of everything and exists in all things. There is only one that fits that title, and that is my God. You must not make for yourself an idol of any kind, or an image of any kind in the heavens, or on the earth, or in the sea. You must not bow down to them or worship them, for I, the Lord your God, am a jealous God who will not tolerate your affection for any other gods. I lay the sins of the parents upon their children. The entire family is affected, even children in the 3rd and 4th generations of those who reject me. But I lavish unfailing love for the 1,000 generations on those who love me and obey my commands. So God isn't about sharing the spotlight with other gods. So, when you're talking about, like, when he said he exists everywhere in all religions, that is because, not because there are multiple versions of him, but because the thread of who he is has been found by every person. But there is still only one him. There is only one God that is over everything and exists through all things. If any one of the gods in Hinduism is not the God over everything, they are not God. They are a god, maybe, but they are not the God. The God that is currently pursuing after your heart. Because it happened in, like, winter, too, when we don't get the sun that early. We get sun, like, 7 a.m. or not 3. I have another proof about it because I listened to a prayer before going to sleep that day. So then it goes into, you must not misuse the name of the Lord your God. The Lord will not let you go unpunished if you misuse his name. So using his name in vain is one way that's put. Did you take long to grow that mustache? No, it doesn't take long for facial hair to grow on my face. And I realized I was reading these things and I did not have it pulled up so you can see what I'm reading. And now it's there. But no, it does not take me long for me to grow facial hair at all. Like, that grows pretty fast. This mustache, since I started doing a mustache, I've had to trim it. And I did it recently. If you look through my previous thumbnails, you'll see that this is more of a recent development. But I've had to already cut it like 3 times or something. Like, it grows up pretty quickly. So, the God who speaks to you, the God that I believe in, the God above all gods, I think it was the only person awake at that time. He's a jealous God. He's not interested in sharing his fame with other gods. He is the creator of all things. All things come back to him. He is the Lord over everything. Remember to observe the Sabbath day by keeping it holy. You have 6 days each week for ordinary work, but on the seventh day, the seventh day is a Sabbath day of rest dedicated to the Lord your God. On that day, no one in your household may do any work. This includes you, your sons and daughters, your male and female servants, your livestock, and any foreigners living among you. For in 6 days the Lord made the heavens, the earth, the seas, and everything in them, but on the seventh day he rested. That is why the Lord blessed the Sabbath day and set it apart as holy. So, if a voice is speaking to you, looking for you to work every day of your life and never rest and just constantly going and going and going, that voice is not God. God is never going to call you to work yourself to death. Not him. He's not interested in that. He's about having rest and is setting apart special days for rest in different intervals too. Honor your father and mother, then you will live a long, full life in the land that the Lord is giving you. So if the voice that speaks to you, Gaming Warrior, is asking for you to be disrespectful of your parents or hateful towards them, it is not God that is speaking to you. Because God is a respecter of authority, and he is the one who establishes authority. So he wants us to honor those he puts into our lives as a symbol of authority, in starting with your parents. So the governments of the world rest on his shoulders. He makes decisions like that. We have a quote about that as well. Okay, that's interesting. You must not murder. So if whatever is speaking to you is asking you to murder someone, it's not God. You must not steal. If whatever is speaking to you is asking you to steal, it is not God. You must not testify falsely against your neighbor. If whatever you're speaking to is asking you to do that, it is not God. You must not covet your neighbor's house. You must not covet your neighbor's wife or female servant, or male or female servant, ox or donkey, or anything else that belongs to your neighbor. So if whatever is talking to you is enticing you to desire what someone else has rather than what you have, it is not God. Lord of all three worlds without mother, only a homeless person. Yeah. And see, to your point, to what the Lord was revealing to you, saying here, I'm going to go back to where it was exactly said because I want to quote it directly. He's saying, so during COVID, oh crap. No, go back. I lost the thing. There we go. No, that's not it. Oh, hold on. I lost my chat. Studio. Go live. Let me go to that thing. Go back over to here. Give me my chat. I need to see my chat. There we go. We're back. Okay. He was saying, during COVID, I came to the realization that God exists everywhere in all religions and in everything around us. Here you have it. Honor your father and mother. And we got the Lord of all three worlds without a mother has mother only a homeless person. Without a mother is only a homeless person. God interweaves his truth throughout all places. You can find him wherever you go if you know where to look. So yeah. It's a good thing to know. So yeah. With whatever voice is speaking to you does not line up with these things that you're seeing here, it's not God, because God's not going to contradict his word. So, like, if there's a God in Hinduism that's about murder, that's not God. There's a God in Hinduism that's about theft. It's not God. Oh, no. I must drink. I am thirsty.
Vital signs.
Stabilizing. There we go. I don't remember. The frustrating thing is I don't remember where that ghost territory place is. I know it's out there somewhere. So I need those things. But, oh well. I found them once before. Well, that's not helpful. I should put like a beacon out there so that I can find it next time. Make like a couple beacons. Yeah, I see. I'm right in front of a wall. Thank you. Wait a minute. That looks familiar. Well, that's good. Because if there was, or one that encouraged those sort of things, that would be more of a demon. Oh, that looked familiar, but that is still not it, though. Darn it. Eye stalk. Nope, not what I was looking for.
Welcome aboard, Captain. All systems online.
Okay, cool. Cool. Where the heck is what I'm looking for? There's not a god. They just show up weirdly, though. I see. What on earth? Can I need a better view. I don't remember where that shelf is that leads to the spooky underground place. I don't think I'm gonna be able to find it either, which is sad. Sad sauce. Sad I'm gonna hit every outcropping rock in this place, up in here. Would you say I'm crazy if I told you I heard a demon speak to me before I was with God? No, I would not say you're crazy. Not in the slightest. People encounter demons all the time. I'm hitting something. I like taking a personality of a homeless guy and annoying their worshippers for something. You like taking the personality of a... What does that mean? Oh, rip that creature. What is that sound? What am I hitting? I can't even see what I'm hitting. Am I hitting one of those guys? What am I hitting? What am I hitting? I'm so confused. I keep hitting something. I still have full health. Okay. Shape-shifting? Taking the personality of a homeless guy. Shape-shifting. Interesting. The God of Christianity will never withhold his love. He never makes someone earn his love. That is true. God is not about that life. Yes. I agree with that. What do I keep hitting? I feel like I'm just bumping into that coral reef thing or something, possibly. Because I can't see a worth a lick right now. Okay, I'm going to sleep so I can see what I'm hitting. Lord have mercy. I'm tired of randomly bumping into ghosts in the dark. I'm afraid I'm just gonna, like, kill the thing. Because it keeps screaming at me that I'm hitting something and I can't see anything at all. Oh, sweet Jesus. I don't want to hit you, giant squid thing. But no, JK, no, I don't think you're weird for that. Like, a lot of people have supernatural encounters, and it seems to me like you are more prone to have them than I am. It sounds like you've had a lot more than I have. Like your dreams and stuff of that nature, I haven't really had that as much. Normally, if I'm having interaction with God, it's more verbal. What I have experienced is the presence of God in very intense ways. What is going on around my poor ship? It's not even being dented, but everything seems to be wanting to hit it. I have had, like, experiences with, like, a really big, tangible presence of God. And that's awesome. Please? Where I just experience him moving in ways that are just undeniable. Like, I remember having experiences where, I would just get, like, the presence of God would hit, and it'd be very thick. Like, you could just feel his presence. And I ended up getting, like, I remember once I got, like, drunk in the spirit, which was interesting. All the same symptoms. I've had, which is also funny, I've had alcohol and still have yet to be drunk. I'm not really, like, looking to push the limits too much on that, but, I got drunk in the spirit. Oh, hello. I am just murdering creatures left and right on accident as I'm trying desperately. What was that? As I'm desperately trying to find this ghost thing territory, and I keep instead murdering things everywhere I go. Oh no. So I've had experience like that. I've had experience. What am I hitting? Lord have mercy. I've had experiences where, I had this one time where there was this evangelist that came to my church, my school. I don't think so. I'm not in the right area for a ghost leviathan. But anyways, this evangelist came to my church, and, like, God started moving in ridiculous ways. People were getting healed of different things. Like, different types of sicknesses and ailments were just leaving. And after he was there, there was this presence, this, like, anointing that resided here. Finally, I found it. Good Lord, it took me forever to find this. Where we had this one student who had the same name as me. And he did not want to speak in tongues. Like, I'm a believer in speaking in tongues. I have a prayer language that I speak with. And he thought that was cuckoo, and was not about to speak in tongues. He was a veteran. And so one day we're in class, and the teacher / pastor was talking about speaking in tongues, unironically. And he was talking, like, you know, like, explaining how it works and everything, and he brought my my classmate up to be a physical representation of, like, where the presence of God flows from. And it was kind of like somewhere around the center area. Old guy, possibly. You're talking about the veteran? Or are you just talking about something else? You're talking about, like, the teacher, who you're referring to as old guy, possibly having ADHD, or yourself. Wait, no, the veteran or the teacher? I asked two questions, you answered both the same way. The veteran. No, he was maybe in his 40s, did not have ADHD that I'm aware of. I could be wrong, but I don't remember him having ADHD. But instead, so like I said, he was just really wary of it. Didn't want to speak in tongues. So as the teacher, you know, has him up there and he's patting him on the stomach. Yeah, he was a veteran, yes. It was a U.S. Army veteran. As he was patting him on the stomach and stuff, kind of using, like, an example of where the presence of God kind of flows from, he just decides, you know what, I am going to pray in tongues. And so when he does, the presence of God hits. I mean, yeah, he was in war. Yes, he was in war. to that matter, he had trauma that he experienced. He ended up witnessing the death of one of his comrades. They end up blowing up. Like a grenade was thrown, the guy blew up. And he can vividly remember the smell of the man being blown up and everything. But yes, no, patting him on the stomach. Actually, I want to go back down. I want to put these into... Not there. One beside it. And here. I'll get one more for good measure. So yeah. So he had been in war. So he'd been through some trauma, been through some traumatic things. And if he probably heard the quote, war is hell. Possibly. Wouldn't surprise me. But anyways, all that said, he was resistant to speaking tongues. The teacher, was explaining, where the Holy Spirit can kind of flow from and kind of patting him on the stomach as that was happening, kind of a representation of from within. Eventually, whatever reason, he decides, you know what? I'm doing this. I'm going to start praying in tongues. So for the first time ever, this man starts praying in tongues. And when he does that, the Spirit of God hit. Like, boom. And I'm bringing this story up also for you, JK, to explain I don't think you're weird, because I've experienced some weird things. No, not tongues meaning Latin version. Tongues meaning... Suryatere krotere barabaka tudo sutere baramoto de shutere barabakariandere me bromo oriatere bokorioto robotu sutere narabahandere me broboko rutere bata satere me krandere me brotere bokoriandere batariatere liede brate shito brobokoto sutere. Like that. That's what I mean by tongues. It's not anchored to any specific language. It's not Latin. Which you wouldn't know that, but now you know. In America, when we're talking about speaking in tongues, we're talking about speaking of a language that is outside of us. We are accessing from the Holy Spirit within us a language that is not our own. It's not English, it's not Spanish, it's not Japanese, it's not whatever language. It's just something, and sometimes when people hear that, they're able to hear their own language within it. But otherwise, it really isn't any one particular language. We refer to it as a perfect language because there's nothing we can do to mess it up. It's not something we mechanize within us. It's something that just kind of flows from within. So he starts doing that specifically. And when he begins praying in tongues, like I said, the Spirit of God hits. Like it's just all of a sudden like it sounds like exactly. Yes, it does sound like rubbish because it's not designed to engage your mind. It's something that bypasses the mind. You are speaking something that's not meant for your mind to understand. You are speaking something that only the Holy Spirit knows and God. And let me tell you, it is powerful. It is powerful as example of what you're experiencing right now. It has helped me so much through so many hardships of grief and suffering. And it's really worth like if you ever come to a point, gaming warrior, where you accept Jesus as your savior and you come to know him to be the way, the truth, and the life, that is something you definitely want to ask of him to give you. But anyways, where is my stuff? I know the signals are somewhere. So he begins, this veteran, this resistive, old, crotchety, well, I say old, but he wasn't really old. But anyways, crotchety, definitely damaged man. I'm glad you can, Road 9. Begins praying in tongues for the first time. And when he does, like I said, the Spirit of God just, boom, hits hard. And everyone is now praying in tongues. Exactly. everyone in the class starts praying in tongues at this point, and everyone starts laughing. Like, they laugh like they heard the most ridiculous joke they've heard in their entire life, uncontrollably, and people get floored. Like, I'm talking, people can no longer stand up, they're falling to the ground, they're laughing that hard. The whole class. I'm not making this up. This is a real experience that I had. And the only way, and it's funny because the one guy who said he was never going to pray in tongues was, the only way that anyone could leave the classroom without falling back down laughing their heads off was if they prayed in tongues. I paid attention to this. And the only people that were praying in tongues were able to get up off the floor and leave the classroom. So one by one, slowly, everyone did that, and they were able to leave. Same way if I was younger self. So one by one, everyone is leaving the place. All right, and now it's down to me. One of my classmates, Micah, another one, his name was Dan, and his, at the time, girlfriend, and it's just the four of us in there, and I'm on the floor, and I don't know what to do, because I'm on the floor, just the four of us are left. What do I do? And Micah comes around, and he places his hands over me. He's not touching me. He's just simply placing his hands over me, and he just says, "Fire." That's all he says, "Fire." And when he does that, I kid you not, my hands were stretched out both directions like a cross, and I'm screaming. Like, I could not scream. I was screaming at the very top of my lungs. I could not scream any louder, and I'm pretty loud. And it was like, all of a sudden, this weight came upon me. Yeah, fire. This weight came upon me like I was being crushed, except I didn't feel like I was in pain. I was just feeling like very weighty on the ground, like just like you would think someone was exorcising a demon out of me, practically. And this happened, I don't know how long this happened. I think it happened for 30 minutes. And he just kept saying, "Fire, fire, fire." And I'm just, every time he would say that, just, ah! And I'm just like, every part of me is being squished. And I'm like convulsing on the floor. And he did that for a bit. And then after he finished, he left. And it was like I was magnetized to the floor. And I felt like I was going to die this whole time. But yet, the longer it happened, the more at peace about my death I was. And so when he left the first time, I got up. Like, it took me like so much effort just to sit up. I was, like I said, on the floor, hands out like this, screaming. He stops. I feel like my body is a magnet and the floor is a magnet, and I have to peel myself off the floor. And I get up, and God had done something inside of me, and he told me, "You need to apologize to your friend because you're jealous because he's in a relationship with a girl that you're interested in." And I was like, all right. And so I turned to him, and I apologized for him, and I'm like, "I'm sorry, I've been jealous of the two of you. I'm sorry, can you forgive me?" He was like, "Of course." And I was like, well, "Okay, well, what do I do now?" And it was like, and my friend was like, "Well, did God tell you to do anything?" And I was like, "Nope." So I lay back down, and then Micah comes back in, and it's just round two, and it's just like, fire. I'm just like, ah! It's just like, I don't know how to, I'm being squished, but I'm not in pain. I feel like I'm dying, but I feel like I'm alive. Like, it's just this whole bunch of contradictory experiences that was happening all at once. No one can take this experience away from me. And when he finally stopped and he was done for real, I had like 2 hours of perfect premonition. I knew that I wasn't going to be able to get off the floor until my mom came in. I knew that she was bringing food. And I knew some other things. Those are the two main things I remember distinctly knowing was going to happen before they even happened. And it happened exactly like I expected. Like, she came in, she brought food, she was concerned, all that kind of stuff. And she took me home. She didn't know what to do with me because I was just, like, boom, get fired. Yeah. It was like God was, like, burning out of me any sort of desire for anything besides him. And all that was left was just purity of gold within me. And nothing like that has ever happened to me before or since. I don't even exactly know why I got onto that specific tangent either. I don't remember why I got on that tangent. But yeah, that's a whole thing. That's a whole experience in my life that happened. Dang it, I don't remember why I got on that tangent. Oh well. Maybe you remember. Maybe you can explain why I got on that tangent. I like fire. Lets me cook things, yeah. Yeah, I don't know how we got there. There's some reason. Some reason. Let's see. Gold and hydrochloric acid, but that requires salt. Okay. I experienced that irresistible joy shortly after, half hour after my mother passed away. That joyful laughter is a gift from God to minister to something you need. I've experienced that crushing. He does what he needs to fix and move stuff. Great testimony. Thank you. I lost my Maywing. I have no idea what that is. What does that mean, kill yourself emotionally? I don't quite know what that means. Flying duck. Oh, okay. I did not know you had a duck. Congratulations on having a duck. And I'm sorry to hear that you have lost its location. A gliding duck. Interesting. Where am I keeping my extra table coral? Oh, okay. Oh, I get it now, because you're also doing the wyvern stuff. I remember now. But yeah, what do you mean by that, Gaming Warrior, out of curiosity? Oh, that's rip. Sorry to hear that. Well, you hate, and now you have a regret, but you can't do it physically, so you just remove the anxiousness. So, like, are you saying, like, have I ever forced myself into a place of emotional deadness, or like I've decided I'm not going to feel anything anymore, I'm just going to feel nothing? Is that what you're asking? Like, allow myself to become depressed? And yeah, JK, I'm starting to get a little bit tired, but these questions are very interesting to me, so I'm continuing forward. But I should stop. I need to stop at some point. Good question, JK. So kind of being reborn. What you described to me sounds like becoming depressed, honestly. It does not sound like rebirth. It sounds like choosing not to feel things because the feeling things make you feel bad. Like, feeling nothing, I don't think it's like a high-achieving goal to strive towards, personally. What, just feeling nothing? Do I have 3 of those things in my... No, I have 2. That's my problem. Then I'm not quite sure I understand exactly what you're asking, because by the way you asked it. Are you just asking me if I ever spent time to not feel anxious anymore? Like to choose to not be anxious? In other words, dropping down in the abyss, but standing up for yourself and reaching for God. Does that mean standing up to anxiousness, choosing no longer to be anxious? Because yes, if that's the question, then yes, I have spent time choosing not to be anxious about things which I could otherwise easily be anxious about. If that is what you're asking. Because the Bible says, be anxious for nothing. And I usually accomplish that by talking about it with friends and fortifying myself and talking to God about it until I come to the truth about the situation. That is usually how I handle anxiety and overcome it. I look for the truth of what God's word says and look for other ways of thinking about stuff. Like, I cannot necessarily choose not to feel anything at all, if that's part of what you're suggesting. I still feel things. I still have moments where I am tempted to feel very anxious about stuff. However, I do also make the decision not to allow that to control me and not to allow it to prevent me from doing what I know I need to do. Part of what thoughtraid is me working through, like, whatever thoughts I have that prevent me from being at peace. And doing that with others. How well? Like, how well am I not anxious about stuff? I think it's in sandstone chunks. Well, yeah, welcome to thoughtraid. Shameless plug. That was all a great plan to bring everyone in. But no, thoughtraid is one of my resources to myself to help with that. Like, everything that I am sharing with you guys is stuff that I am working through in the moment. And I'm learning things as I'm with you guys. One of these things have to have gold. Nope, that's titanium. Sunday communion. You know, that's an interesting question no one has asked me before. Would that be something that would interest you of just doing through thoughtraid? Okay. Good to know. Actually, I can think of a creative way about that. One of the people that we're working towards partnering with, I might make this could be something I can accomplish through partnership. This is interesting. One of my goals with thoughtraid is for us to be involved with other communities so that you can be interconnected in more ways than one. And I'm working towards a partnership with an actual online gaming church called the God Squad Church. I wonder if I could make that happen with them, like they can be the ones to host it, because I know they do church-like services, I think specifically on Saturdays, and they may also do communion from time to time. So it might be a thing. Bet. Even if we were not to officially become partners, although we have been moving in that direction, I think that actually will happen. It's still worth it. So when we visited church, one of our person that was in our tour group, he lost only one of his socks in church and never to be found. That's very specific. Good, I got the gold. Wait, I'm going the wrong direction. But I can finally get my final resource that I need. Hee-haw, partner. One of my plans is to do like combined events with them. And so at some point, well, that will happen, but in the meantime, they're called the God Squad Church, and they might actually do online communions at some point. So they're worth looking into as well, JK. And to expand your world. You came for one, but you'll find many others. If they were hosting it, yes, but it would depend on, I don't know how frequently I'll be able to, because, like, I have a lot of things I already am doing. But if we were to do combined events, I definitely would. That would be interesting. So they would have they do have their own separate things that they do, because they are their own separate community. But if we were to do, like, find a way to make it into, like, a combined events, yes. But I'm still in the process of working towards becoming full partners with them. And we're getting closer to that. I know they want to continue through with it, but I haven't gotten any further communication yet, which I know I need to reach out to them about. The reason why it was hilarious because it was only once. How do you lose one sock at church? Like, was the guy, like, taking his shoes off or something? He just randomly vanished these pair of socks? Like, what is this?
Engine powering down.
Just gone. Sock gone. Man. But yeah, okay. So I think we're at a good stopping point here. Do you guys have any other questions or anything that I can, like, respond to or before we end here? Because I think we're at a good stopping point. I've gone longer than usual. Usually go about 3 hours, and then on Mondays sometimes it's only just 2. But here we are. Any other questions before I end? JK. Yes, I do. I gotta rest, and I also have one other thing I wanted to do before I go to bed. So yes, I have to do that. But I'll be back. I will always be back. So my heart. I appreciate the kind words. It means a lot to me. We took off shoes. It's pretty normal to take off shoes or any footwear when visiting a holy place. Okay, cool. You know, that's another correlation, Gaming Warrior. Moses and the burning bush. There's a whole story about that. Before Moses led the Israelites out of Egypt, he encountered God in the form of a burning bush in the wilderness. And when he approached God, God told him, you need to take your sandals off because this is a holy place. So I like that. I like that thread. That's pretty cool to see that kind of like, you know, bare feet in the... And that's interesting too, because there's a degree of vulnerability when your shoes are off, and if your feet are not clean, your feet are stinky. And yet God does not care about that. He will wash your feet. Interesting. Very interesting. Another question that I have, is the Holy Spirit and God a singular being? Yes. God, Jesus, and Holy Spirit are one. But they are also separate simultaneously. They are one, and the way I like to look at it, although I think it's just a representation, not exactly how it works, but there's a closest thing that I can think of, and it's helped that I'm an only child, is like a family unit. I am my parents' son. You know, I got my mom and my dad, and they are one through marriage. You could say that we are one in one sense, but yet we are also three separate people. Do I think it's exactly like that with God? I think it's something even bigger than that, honestly. But that's what I like to think of as like a physical representation of that. But the reason why I will never say that Jesus was a prophet and like just a man, that is, he wasn't. He was God. He was God made flesh, human, brought onto the world. And when he died, he returned back to heaven. Were there any holy war in Christian? Yes, there was holy wars within Christianity that I don't think were good, but they were a thing. But yes, there was wars. Not just in Christianity, but also in Judaism, too. But yeah, there was, the Holy Crusades that happened... forget exactly when, 1200 AD, something like that, somewhere around that time frame, and I don't know how many. That was just the major one, was the Crusades. What's a holy war? A holy war, is a war that is done for religious purposes. In this case, the Crusades was to bring Christianity to the, Arabic people in the Middle East, and to reclaim Jerusalem, for God. That was the meaning behind it that they were promoting. But I feel like there was also selfish ambition that was involved in that war, honestly. It wasn't just spread Christianity, but it's a war done in the name of religion, effectively, is what a holy war is. And Christianity is not clean of that. We have definitely done that. We as Christians are not perfect. No matter what anyone might want you to believe. And I'm okay with that. Because no one is perfect. We've all have things we're not proud of in our pasts. Both collectively and individually. So, I don't think the proper way of converting people to Christianity is by war. What is your theory, Gaming Warrior? So you've had 2 holy wars, okay. I love this song. This is a good song. I can't like it for some reason. Let me pull up Pretzel. Dun, 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 dun. Already. Oh, I did like it already. Good. It's a good song. It deserves to be liked. And we have 3 main gods as well. Okay. God of creation, God of life, and the God of death. Interesting. Oh. Cyclops, sonar, depth module. I already have that. I think I have, like, what, version 3 of that. So is it possible that we are similar to Christianity as well? I think, honestly, Gaming Warrior, it's the human condition. Like, I feel like every religion has some sort of war in its past. And has been used to justify war. Like, I think there's evidence of that in, like, Buddhism, too. At the very least, I know that Buddhism was I know through reading some history about Japan and everything that Buddhism was used as a way to control the population. So it was used in that manner. I think it's just the human condition for people to use something to justify selfishness, and envy, and greed. I don't know, like, all the similarities between each religion and its holy wars. But I feel like with or without religion, wars would happen. Or we could also say it as history repeats itself. Yes! Yes, it does. It absolutely 100% does. And that's why it's really important not to forget history, because I think without the remembrance of history, people become prideful and think that they've arrived at this new place and they're better than the people in the past, when in reality, they're still just as likely to make the same mistakes. In fact, more likely to make the same mistakes. We shouldn't become so complacent to think that the past was always better and we should do things like that and never progress forward. That's not right. But to also think that by progressing forward, we're just infinitely better than they were before in terms of morality, you know, just because we have better technology does not mean that we have become better than our ancestors. We're still susceptible to the same problems. So the origins of Buddhism is that he traveled to other lands from India. I remember hearing about that. Yes. And then I remember hearing recently that Buddhism was one of those things used to keep people in line during the Edo period of Japan. I believe it was. I don't know all of the wars that have come out of Buddhism, if any. I do know, however, that it was used as manipulation at some point in some places, which is interesting. That and maybe also Shinto. Is it bad to have beer, or are you trying to be with God? It depends on where your heart is at, because the Bible doesn't have anything wrong to say about alcohol. But it does have things to say against being drunk. Not to be drunk. Not to be drunk with wine. Because wine is a mocker. So having beer or wine or whatever, I don't think that's a problem with that. And there's no sin in that. But if you are regularly getting drunk, if you are using it to escape your problems, and you're not going to God and other people to help you through your problems, and your coping mechanism is alcohol, yes, then it becomes a sin. Then it becomes bad. No, I have not heard of that, of Hindustan. But that will be a story that will be good for another time. I was just looking for questions about things, going into stores and stuff. I need to stop. I had prior things that I wanted to do before I went to bed tonight. So I know I have to. So it is a must. I've really, though, enjoyed this time spending with you guys, talking about different things, sharing stories, answering questions, asking questions. I have had fun, but I will be back, and I will do more things, and it'll be good. No, Gaming Warrior, I don't want to hear it right now. We're not going into a story about Hindustan right now. That is another time. I don't have time for that right now. No. Don't mind hearing about that later, but not right now. Because I've gone way beyond what I had planned to go, so. Alright. Move that there. Cool. Well. Nope. I'm not gonna hear it, Gaming Warrior. No story for night now. I know what you're trying to do. You're trying to keep me going longer, but I'm not doing it. I ain't doing it. Not right now. We'll do it later. No. No means no. That'll be for another time. I want to thank you guys for watching today. It has been a lot of fun, and I need to get going, all right? Save the story for later, Gaming Warrior. Save it for me on, either this coming Saturday, if you can be there early, or, there we go, tell it to me in a DM, because it might be a bit before the next stream, so tell it to me in a DM, Gaming Warrior. I like to hear about it where I can get to it when I have the time to get to it. So tell me in a DM so I can still hear your story about this. I would like to hear it, but not right now. So, I want to thank you guys for watching. If you've enjoyed the stream, this is your personal invitation to our Discord group. The link to that is in the description below, and if you're on Twitch, it's in the panels, and you'll be able to click the link there, and it'll take you straight to our Discord group, because that is where we'll give you announcements about special events that we got going on. You don't want to miss it. We'll let you know through the announcements channel we have, or through other means, but there's that, and we also do a lot of different gaming together. So we want to have you be a part of that. If you want to be with us, this is your invitation. Just as a reminder, we're probably not going to be having stream on Friday, but I'm going to see if I can get Noah to do it, and if so, he'll be leading that this coming Friday, but we'll see. But we will be definitely having our AI battle this Saturday, which is going to be a space-themed one. So if you can think of any space-themed characters, bring it to us. We have a submission form for that on the announcements channel in Discord. Fill that out, make your character, and come Saturday, we'll be pitting your character against other ones, and for the chance of a prize at the end of that, which you have a little bit of a decision on what that prize can be. So, all that is in the announcements channel on Discord. Link to Discord is in the description below. This is your invitation. I'd love to have you guys be a part of that. But with all that said, with the exception of having that stream on Saturday, we broadcast every week on Monday, Friday, and Saturday at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and we'll be live again, definitely Saturday, but maybe possibly on Friday. Saturday for sure. I hope to see you again soon, and I love you guys.
I can see far away from where I've been. He says I see a potential. I see a potential in my eyes. I see a potential. I never lost sight of the reason why you're alive. You're alive. You're alive. We sing Jesus, you're alive.